we present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to the programme that poses some of the unanswerable questions. First, let me introduce the teams, Graeme and Barry Cryer. They'll be going into some of the many problems, and Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton. Who'll be going into the hospitality cabinet. Now, first round coming up, and it's an old favourite, blues. For this round, each team will give the other a topic for a blues, which they must then improvise, accompanied by Colin at the piano. And I should recommend you to listen to Colin because it might be the only listenable thing on the programme. I shall be awarding 2 marks for wit, cleanliness and brevity, coupled with ethnic feel, which I should take off 2 marks. Now, Tim and Willie, will you give Graeme and Barry their topic for a blues, please?
We thought the trichologist's blues.
I woke up this morning and I discovered to my horror I had gone completely bald. Went to my trichologist. He said, I'm very glad you called. Very glad you called. You want something to keep your hair in? Here's a box. I was absolutely appalled.
Right.
Brilliant.
Graeme and Barry, will you give Tim and Willie their topic for a blues, please?
The Kerry Packer blues.
Hello, blue. Hello. Hello, yellow. Oh, I woke up this morning. Do it, Nosy. Found I had to go and have a chunder. That's after 43 tubes of ice cold Fosters, it was no bloody wonder. I should say not spot. Australian blues. Oh, who should I meet in the bathroom but Kerry Packer? And it's true, I tell you. Kerry Packer's very big down under.
And with the teams level pegging at 5 marks, we have an objection here.
Not the Kerry Packer blues, the Selfridge's blues.
Certainly.
Well, I woke up this morning. Found I had to go and have a chunder. Who should I meet in the bathroom but Mr. Selfridge? He's very big down under.
This isn't as good, is it?
No. If you hadn't done that, you've lost your 5 marks. So this is where I invite the teams now to start thinking about their candidates for the late arrivals at the Mad Scientist's Ball. The Mad Scientist's Ball. We'll be coming to that later in the programme. Go on now to the game word for word. And in this round, one of the members of a team says a word, and his partner must say another word totally unconnected with the first, and so on. The other team may challenge by using their buzzers and try and prove a connection to my satisfaction, which is very difficult. I'll feed you with the first word, and we'll start now on this one with Barry Cryer. The word is sturgeon.
Plinth.
Zither.
There's
a well-known statue of a sturgeon in Vienna, home of the zither.
That is true, on a lovely
It was in
place.
The Third Man. Orson Welles hid behind it.
He hid behind it. In the shadows. He came from behind it.
I'm behind the sturgeon over here.
Anton Carroll.
I'm behind the sturgeon.
I was a bit doubtful about awarding that challenge, but as one member of the audience clapped and has obviously been there and seen it, I'm afraid I'll have to give the mark, and there is only 1 mark. I'll have to give it to Tim and Willie. And we go on. Tim Brooke-Taylor, atmosphere.
Egg.
Coipew.
Belt.
Toolbox.
Frock.
Greed.
Polo.
Anathema.
Hermaphrodite.
Armchair.
There's a challenge from Barry.
Hermaphrodites are anathema to me. It's a purely subjective, personal reaction, but I've never got together with any of them at any one time. I can't. There is a connection to me, Humph, personally.
Okay.
Humph, are they allowed to lie in this?
I think that's rather an old-fashioned
Well, it's
view,
conditioned
Barry.
by my relationship with my wife. I don't get on with them at all.
Don't wish to know about that. So, we turned down that challenge, and but we'll allow you, as a consolation prize, to start, Graeme Garden, your team off with the word if.
Sandwich.
Challenge from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
If I had a sandwich, I'd feel a lot better. Honestly, I've got these rumbling pains.
I think they're in practically unstoppable form.
Oh.
Yes, another mark to you now.
Money was well spent.
And it's your turn, Willie Rushton, to start. Start with the word boot.
Drainage.
Bilingual.
Graeme Garden.
Drainage and bilingual, neither of them start with a V.
Correct. So we'll uphold that challenge and we'll go on to the next game, which is the old favourite, and a lot of people I know like to join in with this one at home, Mornington Crescent. No special rules come into play in this particular round, so we'll start now with you, Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Neasden High Street.
Googe Street.
Cromwell Road.
Oh,
Dollis Hill.
good lad.
Strand.
Mornington Crescent.
Yes.
Yes.
Swine.
Actually, is that right?
Yes.
Barry definitely wins that game. And, the audience...
Yes, come on. Well deserved. Well deserved.
The audience, recognising brilliant play when they see it, bursts into spontaneous applause. And we go on to the round good news, bad news. In this round, one team has to announce a piece of good news and the others have to provide the accompanying bad news. We then go back to the first team, who have to see the good side, and that goes over to the other team, who see the bad side again, which then reverts to the good side, and so on. We'll start with you now. Where shall we start on this one?
I'll start, Humphrey, you don't know
Let's
what
start
you're
with
doing.
Willie Rushton. Thank you, Willie. One
That's
mark
all
for
right.
that.
Good news.
What?
Enoch Powell is immigrating.
Bad news.
What's the bad
He's
news?
just been repatriated.
Good news. He's just taken over a corner shop that stays open until 10 o'clock at night.
Bad news, it doesn't open till 5 to.
Good news. He refuses to wear a turban on his moped.
Bad news, he wears it on his head.
Right. Now, Barry Cryer, will you start us off again?
My goodness me, good news. Freddie Lakers starting a sky train to Tokyo.
Bad news, it's going underground.
The good news, it has got a buffet.
Bad news, it's being run by Charles Forte.
Good news, there is a corridor.
Bad news, but no seats.
Good news, there are still seats available at the Phoenix Theatre.
The bad news is hundreds of them.
Well, Tim and Willie, you're rushing away with that with this particular round.
Good news, we're having a party after the show.
Bad news, that's her over there.
How to alienate an audience. Good news, she's brought a friend.
Bad news, he's not much cop either.
You're right.
Right, and we're now equally poised, and we go on to the next game, which is the double feature. And this game starts with the premise that the international film industry is bust, and for economic reasons, new films have to be remakes of pairs of old films. And I want you to hear the resulting titles from the teams, and I'll award points for anything approaching humour. We're going to start with Graeme Garden.
They're remaking Get Carter and Ben-Hur, and they're calling it Get Her.
I wish to see it.
Yes, that's right.
I wish to be in it.
That's the end of that round.
Tim Brooke-Taylor, if you'd like to go ahead.
Stephen Sondheim, actually, is producing a new musical based on Side by Sondheim and Little Night Music, and it's called A Little Bit on the Side.
A conglomeration, Humphrey. They're combining the best elements of Nicholas and Alexandra and Bob and Carol and Ted and Alice and Pete and Tilly and calling it We Must Get a Larger Bed.
Willie.
You may remember that old Peter Finch classic of the Outback, Robbery Under Arms. Well, they're tying this in with King Kong, and it's called King Kong Has Rubbery Underarms.
Very silly.
Ain't true.
Yeah, they're also doing a remake of the Hellfire Club, the Dam Busters and Birth of a Nation, and they're calling it Hellfire and Damnation.
Captain Blood and the Man Who Shot Liberty Valance, and they're calling it Bloody Liberty.
Any advance on that, Tim?
No.
No, thank you.
No, you resign.
Yes, quite enough of that.
You can
Up
see
Periscope and Sincerely Yours. It's called Sincerely Periscope.
So you can see that
You don't
round.
like it, up yours. No.
Right, now, next game is the famous party game called Pass the Parcel. You all know it. In this one, the players must not hold on to the parcel and can only open it when the music stops. And you must pass it on again when the music continues. Have you got that clear? Okay, Barry Cryer has the parcel now, and start the music, Colin, now. Passes it to Graeme, over to Tim. And Barry Cryer's now opening the parcel. He's having a bit of a struggle. Now, steady on. Pass it on now, pass it on. Over to Tim.
Come on.
Pass it on.
Pass it.
Yeah, be a good boy. Willie's thrown the parcel back at Tim, who's now going to open it again, but he's having a little bit of trouble with those frail arms of his.
Oh, bless him.
And he's
you couldn't
passed it to Willie. Over to Barry. Barry, you're cheating. Barry, pass it on.
I got out of sync, Hump, I'm sorry.
Willie Rushton's missed. He loses a mark for that. And it's missed Barry Cryer altogether. And the music stopped when the parcel was in midair. So I think we'll give it to Barry, who's now opening it with feverish fingers. Pass it on the ground now. And it goes over to Tim again. The throwing's getting rather erratic at the moment. Pass it on to Willie Rushton. Willie Rushton declines to accept it and it goes to Barry.
I don't want it.
Now don't, Willie,
Brown
don't
paper
sulk.
brings me out in a rash.
It's the postmark Belfast that's got me one.
2 tickets for just a minute.
Willie,
It's rather sweet. It's a rude remark from the sound effects department. And it goes...
Who said radio was dead?
Despite a temporary attack of the sulks midway through that one, Willie Rushton finally won it for his team, who are now with 54 marks. We go on to the round Sound Charades. And in this one team has to make noises and the other team must guess what they mean. The audience are let into the secret by means of the blackboard which we have here, and they can help by applauding when the particular teams are getting warmer or booing when they're not. and a mystery voice will tell you at home, if you're still there, what the particular is. And Tim and Willie, you're going to do a charade first, for the benefit of Barry Crowne and Graeme Garden. And here it is for those of you listening at home.
Dr. Dolittle.
Now I'm going to ask Tim and Willie to specify whether it's a book, a film, a play, or whatever.
It's a book.
And a film.
And a film.
And how many words?
2.
Right.
Roughly.
Oh.
And are you doing them in one?
Doing it all together.
Doing them all together?
All together, yes.
Right. Off you go.
Oh, Doctor, it's my leg. It's just dropped off.
Oh, dear.
My arm's dropped off now, Doctor.
Good Lord, how boring.
Oh, dear, my head's dropped off. Oh,
While you're on the floor, could you see there's a golf ball under the sofa?
Is that it?
We can go
on. It was
on.
tremendous, though, wasn't it? It could be a series.
Yeah.
Doctor's dilemma, Doctor no.
Little ripple for Doctor.
Little ripple.
Doctor.
That's a bigger ripple for us helping you.
Dr. Strangelove.
It's
A strange story of a man and a golf ball.
Doctor Disinterested.
Thank you for that applause.
What did you say?
Doctor Disinterested, I said, without very much hope.
Dr. Dolittle.
Well, you got a lot of help from the audience then,
Yes,
who
indeed,
applauded the wrong side to start with. That got me a little bit... Never mind. It's your turn, Barry and Graeme, to do a charade now for the benefit of Tim and Willie. And here at home is what they're going to do.
Our Man in Havana.
Barry and Graeme, is this a book or a
It's
film?
a book and a film,
How many words?
and it's 4 words.
And how many sections are you doing it in?
All at once.
All at once,
All at
really.
once.
A sort of episode.
Right, go ahead.
Oh, I love a good cigar. Oh, let me out, let me out. Oh, that's hot. Oh, let me out.
Our Man in Havana.
Please half by half.
Well, you're getting warm, Tim. No, that was it. That was very clever. Now, Tim and Willie...
It wasn't very clever.
No,
Very, I mean,
quite clever.
these things
Tim and
are
Willie, we're
relative.
going back to you again now to do another one. And you at home are being told at the moment what it is.
Everything you ever wanted to know about sex, but were afraid to ask.
It's dirty, we know
Tim and
that.
Willie, how many words is this?
Well, I say 7 and Tim says 8.
You may say potato.
It's longish, let's put it
Let's
that way.
call the whole thing off.
I can only give you 2 marks for that.
Thank you, though, Hump.
Right. Is it a book or a film or a play?
It was a book originally, wasn't
then
it?
a film.
And then a film. Well, then a film which...
Then there was a film of the book and a book of the film. So it's a book and a film.
Right. And you're doing it in one or several?
We're doing it in one.
In one.
Yes.
You clean the mess up yourself.
Okay. Go.
Ready?
Oh, cry your heart out, Percy Edwards. That concludes Nature Corner for this week. That's it.
Right, is that it? All right, Barry and Graeme.
Very sunny out, isn't it? Birds and bees were involved. 8 words. All you wanted to know about sex and were afraid to ask.
Clever clogs.
Right, that earns you the chance to do another one yourselves, Barry and Graeme. And here it is for you at home.
The Old Curiosity Shop.
And is this a book or a film?
Television.
I don't think it was ever filmed.
It's a book.
Book and has been a television series.
I
yes.
believe it was filmed, wasn't it? Was it not filmed?
I don't know.
We really don't know about that. Sorry about that.
Do we know how many...
Oh, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right,
In that order?
In that order, yes.
While we phone up Kaleidoscope to get an answer on that thorny problem.
Never in. The delicatessen takes messages, though.
Right. Barry and Graeme.
Right. There's a sound effect at the beginning of this, which I shall attempt to essay. Pitching. Good morning.
Spell that.
I didn't say it.
P-E-ching. Pitching. Good morning, Mr. Dickens.
Oh, good morning. Welcome to the shop, sir.
I've got a mind to look at some old curiosities.
Old curiosities, sir? If it's old curiosities you're after, you come to the right shop, sir. Old curiosities.
Well, I mean, it's a dilemma here. Which old curiosities should I look at first, Mr.
Well,
Dickens?
I've a multitude of old curiosities in the shop. This shop, that is, as opposed to any other
I
shop.
wouldn't go to any other shop when I'm looking for old curiosities.
One thing this shop is known for.
Oliver
Mr.
Twist
Dickens
of
is known
barley
for.
sugar.
It's old curiosities.
The Old Curiosity Shop.
55 days.
No.
55 days of Paching.
It wasn't that, it just seemed like it.
Right.
Well, one of those
I'm
was
just
right.
sorry to hold you up to you. I'm just making a note next time we play this game to tell the audience what the rules are, because they're going to... Now, teams, here's the time for you to divulge your answers to the poser that I put before you earlier on in the programme, and that is to announce your late arrivals for the Mad Scientist's Ball.
No.
Oh, it's tomorrow night.
Oh, well.
Well, there's Mr. and Mrs. Tube and their daughter Tess.
Mr. and Mrs. Will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Tomic Bomb and their daughter Anna. Tomic Bomb.
Oh, there's Test Tube's baby.
Will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Ode and their children Anode, Diode, and Cathode, and her friend Ray Tube. And also Mr. and Mrs. Bones and their son Laser Bones.
You welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Niece Scientist and their son Lou Niece Scientist. All right, please yourself.
Do try and be kind to those sinister sisters, Bela Lugosi and Doris Karloff.
Another of the Bomb family has just vomited over the balcony. Well-known son, Newt Ron, they call him.
Mr. and Mrs. Kuehl, you will welcome and recognise, and their daughter Molly Kuehl.
Oh, Test Tube's just made a witty retort.
Oh dear, so she has.
She made it to you as well, did she? Yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Scale Controversy and their daughter Wynne Scale Controversy.
Mr. and Mrs. Einstein and their son, the Dr. Francis.
Yes.
You've got to work it out. Because you don't have to, it's best
The beautiful
not
mad Russian surgeon, catch your leg off.
Here comes Einstein's current fancy, Vera-y relativity.
Mr. and Mrs. A Ton Warhead and their daughter Meg A Ton Warhead.
Mr. and Mrs. Burner and their Billy Buntrish-type son, known to everybody as Bun Son Burner.
Not to everybody.
No, not to everybody. Mr. and Mrs. Trickle Charge and their son Alec Trickle Charge. Oh, there's ethyl chloride.
And microscopical.
I can't see it.
Standing there next to radiation.
At this point, we've come to the end of this week's contest. I've been putting marks on the paper to keep the score. I can't be bothered to add them up, but Barry and Graham's looks longer. So you're the winners this week, and Tim and Willie, bad luck. Try again next week.
Thanks, Humphrey.
From all of us, goodbye.
Congratulations.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and William Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Geoffrey Perkins.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is David Firman, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to radio's answer to a safari park. Ready to talk for just 30 minutes on whatever topic comes into their heads are the two teams, Barry Cryer and Graeme Garden.
If it's
And the winning team,
answer
Tim
to-
Brooke-Taylor and Jonathan Lynn. Well, we spun a coin before and decided that, but we will be awarding points throughout this, and we're going to play the first game now. Each member now has to sing along with a record, which we will then fade out. When the record comes back in, I'll award points for the accuracy with which the team member has stayed with the tune. Graeme, you're going to be the first one. Yeah. And all of these songs come from shows which we've all loved for many years. Graeme, you're going to sing along with America.
It's impossible. No, America. I prefer It's Impossible. Be in America, okay by me in America, everything free in America, for a small fee in America. Credit is so nice. One look at us and they charge twice. Ta-da, ta-da. I'd have my own washing machine. What will you have though to keep clean? Ta-da.
Skyscrapers bloom in America.
They haven't even given me the words for this bit. America, industry boom in America. Well, in a room in America. That's enough of that.
Marvellous. Well, obviously our audience agrees that Graeme wins that one, but we better hear something from Tim now. Tim, you're going to sing along with Lullaby of Broadway, please.
Come along and listen to the lullaby of Broadway, the parade and ballyhoo, the lullaby of Broadway. He's gone. Come on along and listen to the lullaby.
Very close, Hump.
Very good. I should have told you before that Graeme got 20 marks for that one, and you got 2. Barry, you can do better than that. Your song is Falling in Love Again.
Falling in love again, never wanted to. What am I to do? I can't help it.
Like the stockings.
Thank you. Thank you. Love's always been my game. Play it how I may. I was made that way. I can't We always beat the Germans, you know. Men cluster to me like moths around the flame. That's what it says here. And if their wings burn, I know I'm not to blame. Falling. Not as young as you used to be, you know.
Well, for that impersonation of Marlene Dietrich, 1 for the singing, 15 for the varicose veins.
Thank you. And all homegrown.
Jonathan, you're new to this programme, so I'll give you 21 to start with. But will you sing?
Thank you.
Will you sing along now to Oklahoma?
Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plain, and the waving wheat can sure smell sweet when the wind comes right behind the rain.
Very good.
Oklahoma, making lazy circles in the sky.
Oh, you can smell it.
We know we belong to the land.
Oh.
And the land we... We're only saying you're doing fine, Oklahoma, Oklahoma, okay.
Can I go now, please, Hump?
Resign.
Oh.
There's a little bit of talent creeping into the programme.
Well, just to show that my chairman's independence, I think 5 for that. This is where I'm going to ask the team to prepare their entries, which I shall ask them for at the end of the programme, for the late arrivals at the Criminals' Ball. Late arrivals at the Criminals' Ball. Start thinking. The next game is called Straight Face, for which our teams have been hand-picked. Because the aim is not...
By someone with butterfingers.
The aim is not to amuse the audience. Each panellist in turn says a word, and the first one to get a laugh from the studio audience is disqualified.
Well, you're out, Hump.
Tim, do you want to try?
Do I want to start?
Do you want us to resign now or start?
I'll start. Just want complete silence, please. Can.
Tim's out.
Tim's out.
Yeah.
You got a laugh.
No, that comes under the heading of a belated laugh. It was somebody who thought of some joke that his wife told him at breakfast this morning. So,
could he tell us the joke that his wife told him?
Could we meet his wife?
Order, please. Barry.
Bland.
Desk.
Trounce.
Log.
Theodolite.
Sorry.
Oh, you should have known better than that.
Barry. Barry, you're out.
Chair.
Done.
Pencil.
Watch.
Jonathan. Barry's been disqualified. He's standing in the corner. Face
Sorry. Blancmange.
That's what I call suicide.
Now,
jumped.
a ding-dong battle between Graeme and Tim. Graeme.
Ding.
Action replay.
You don't want any marks for that.
Do you hear about the Irish footballer Humphrey who scored a goal and missed it in the action replay?
I don't wish to know that.
You going to tell us
The
about
next
it?
name of the next game is Swanee Duet. Nice name for a girl. In this one, our teams are going to play in turn a tune on the Swanee whistle, and the opposing team has to identify it. And David Firman, who's been sitting there wondering exactly why he came along, will be called in to play an accurate, roughly speaking, an accurate version of the tune, whether or not you get it. Now then, we'll start this with Tim and Jonathan. Will you play your tune, please?
1, 2, 3, 4. I want more time.
Heaven forfend. It's Wagner, but I can't quite know.
The use of the flattened 13th in the final cadenza gave that away. But
very exciting. Well, I don't know.
They give up, Hump.
You realise that there are 4 million people at home who
I know, it's
labelled you
hell
as
back there.
tone deaf.
I can't speak for the people upstairs.
I said at the beginning it was radio's answer to a safari park. If you hear this programme in a car, keep the windows wound up.
You got it in, didn't you?
Yeah, I got it in eventually. It's Bar Black Sheep, anyway.
Right.
By Wagner.
Out of...
Bar Black Sheep.
Yes.
Yes, you're absolutely right. David, I'm sure you're itching to play.
Andrew Lloyd Wagner. Not as good.
We give up. What was it?
Right.
Beckstein have asked us to announce this piano is a Steinway.
Graeme and Barry, will you pick up your whistles?
Yes.
And play your tune now for the others.
This one's damp. Just remember the middle eight.
The
All right,
Norwegian entry at this year's Eurovision song?
Or the Norwegian exit, as it's sometimes known.
Chattanooga Choo-Choo? It's modern, obviously.
By my standards, it's modern. I'm still worried about Munich.
You can get pills for it, don't worry. I think it's The Flight of the Bumblebee.
Oh, you're on the right tack.
Oh, well, in that
So
case, it
change
must
your
be the
seat.
saber dance.
Saber dance?
Saber dance, is it?
Yes.
Well, what's
no, in
the other
the sense
silly
of
one
yes.
to do?
Well, let's
Yes, it
ask
was.
David to play it on the piano and see whether you're right.
Yes, let's.
Thank you, Dave.
No, you were wrong, Tim. It must be something.
Yes, I was wrong.
Well, you both got the answers there. They're cancelled out, and I don't have to give a score. And we come to the game which is called Double Feature, and this starts from the premise, it says here, that the international film industry is broke, and the new films have to be remakes of pairs of old films. I'm going to start with you, Barry Cryer.
Well, it's a very exciting venture at the moment. It's a remake of a documentary called The Jimi Hendrix Story, and that wonderful Erskine Childers story, Riddle of the Sands. It's called Jimmy Riddle.
I don't believe that.
Jonathan.
Producers of Accident and Up the Junction got together to make a film called Bringing Up Baby.
Think about it. Think about
Serve
it.
him right for eating it in the first
No,
place.
stop thinking about it.
Graeme Garden.
Yes, the makers of Streetcar Named Desire and Sleuth have come up with a follow-up called Struth.
Very good. Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Yes, I thought it was very good too.
Yeah,
I don't want to follow that.
It doesn't get any marks, but it's very
No.
good.
Well, the makers of Hay Fever, The Last of the Summer Wine, and Blowout have got together. You guessed it. They've got together to make Achoo! It's a Japanese version.
Do you have any others?
The producers of Porridge and A Day in the Life of Joe Egg have got together to make breakfast.
Oh, if I must. They've combined Saturday Night Fever and Fahrenheit 451 to make malaria.
Tim and Jonathan have 108, and Barry and Graeme have 32.
Real
So
needle contest, isn't
You've
it?
got a lot of work to do. And now we have that old favourite, Mornington Crescent.
Who's starting on this, by the way? Who wants to start?
You
can start. Barry, start.
Oh, God.
It's easier to
right,
start.
all right. Tottenham Court Road.
Regent Street.
Oh, Covent Garden.
Good lad.
Oh,
Good lad.
the Arsenal.
Oh, come on. The Arsenal. Regent Street.
Lower Regent Street.
Piccadilly Circus.
Oh, you swine. Mornington Crescent.
Oh! Why say you swine? Drop right
Sorry,
in.
Colin. Sorry.
Yes,
We
Tim,
demand satisfaction.
the winner of that one, which puts you even further in the lead. And the game we have now is one called Sounds Peculiar. This one isn't a family favourite. This is quite an obscure game, but in this one we play to the various members of the team sound effects, and we ask them to identify what they are. And I shall mark according to the accuracy of their definitions. We're going to start this one with you, Graeme Garden.
That was a party political broadcast.
Hot air!
That's right. I'm not absolutely certain whether, in fact, the audience would like to hear that again. I mean,
I'm absolutely certain they
one
wouldn't.
party political broadcast very much like another, isn't it? So
Yes.
let's leave it at that and give Graeme a few marks. shall we?
Yes, a few marks.
Went about
Right,
as well
Tim,
as a party
Tim
political
Brooke-Taylor.
broadcast. Easy, easy.
It's the $6 million man taking a leisurely stroll around the Victoria and Albert Museum. Or am I wrong?
Well, I don't know. You're so nearly right that I think I'll give it to you. Yeah.
Well, I think
Yes.
it sounded like it.
Yes.
It's a British museum, wasn't it, Hump?
Victoria and Albert, I recognise the spode.
Morning. Mornington
think-
Crescent. Oh, sorry.
I think we can give you full marks for that. Barry, here's one for you.
Are you going to give him his sound effect?
Don't tell him, Tim.
Could I hear that again, please, Hump? Would that be possible? Wind in the Willows.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of an easy one. Wind in the Willows. Correct, yes. Yes. Incidentally, if there's any member of the audience who actually knows what the sounds are, I hope they'll tell me. Jonathan Lynn, here's your sound.
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Right,
It's Evel Knievel on honeymoon.
We have liftoff, certainly.
Well, on the strength of that ripple of applause from the audience, I've got to give you full marks for that, which makes a drastic difference to the score. Now we have the game called Tag Wrestling. And anyone who's listened to this program over the years and is still alive will know that in tag wrestling, I give to each team a tagline. They have to invent a story which works towards that tagline. And, of course, they'll each be working towards a different tagline. And I shall use my buzzer, which goes like that, to switch from one team to the other. Barry and Graeme, here's your tagline, if you take it down. Goodbye, Mother, said the Secretary of State, wiping a tear from the kipper's eye.
think I've heard
You
this
got
one.
that? Your one, Tim and Jonathan, is the computer has jammed, Inspector. It must have been the yoghurt in his sporran. And I think, as you've had yours to ponder on longest, Barry and Graeme...
That's so true.
You better start.
The Secretary of State from the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries was on a fact-finding mission to Scotland, where the kipper industry was the sole surviving means of income after the disastrous collapse of the yoghurt farms, which had been set up to find work for the out-of-work sporran manufacturers following the worldwide ban on sporrans. I was just disposing of all your chairs before we started on ours.
However, is it me next?
Yes,
All
you, Tim.
I'm willing
It's
to jump. Is it me next?
It's
Hump?
you,
I
yes,
believe
you're
everything you say,
little-
Hump, because I'm a crawler.
And self-taught.
However, he was unsuccessful. I don't know a word. I couldn't believe he was telling my story. And he was in Scotland, discussing the sporran yoghurt problem, which had arisen. Now, the sporran yoghurt problem, as we all know, is extremely complicated and cannot be worked out with just sort of normal arithmetic and needs a computer.
But this is not germane to our story, because the main problem was a personal one. The secretary had his mother with him and wasn't allowed to have his mother with him on government business, so immediately thought he'd better send her on a train back to England. Goodbye, Mother, he said.
And he killed his mother then and there. So, of course, the police were called and an inspector arrived. And he also became very interested in the yoghurt and sporran industries.
Well, he would.
He would, yes, in Scotland. And he set about solving some of the problems of these industries with a computer.
But his attention was diverted by the cry that she is not dead but sleepeth. The mother was not, in fact, dead, but was having a crafty kip. The Secretary of State thought, well, now's my chance to get away. Goodbye, Mother, said the Secretary of State.
Actually, that was a bit unfair of me. I think I shall have to say that Graeme and Barry reached their destination first.
And as
I think
they did very well then, actually.
As it was so easy, I think they deserve a round of applause from the audience. I'm going to ask them now to give their introductions for the late arrivals at the Criminals' Ball. Open to anyone.
Visitors from overseas, Humph, and very welcome they are too, all the way from Sweden. Mr. and Mrs. Unni and their son, Lars Unni. Thank you for that applause. Thank you.
Will you welcome, please?
Oh, sorry. There's a squash in the doorway.
I'll bring it immediately.
I enjoyed every minute.
Meanwhile, will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Fiddence Trickster and their son, Colin Fiddence Trickster.
Will you welcome, please, with rapturous applause? No, just welcome, please. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Mina and their foul daughter, Diana, who's known as the foul Miss D. Mina.
Closely followed by Mr. and Mrs. Curity Wing. And their daughter, Topsy Curity Wing.
All the way from Australasia, Mr. and Mrs. Corroboree and their son, Ben Corroboree.
Closely followed by Mr. and Mrs. the rich to give to the poor. And their son, Robin, the rich to give to the poor.
And from Italy, welcome, welcome, our EEC brothers and sisters. Mr. and Mrs. Blimey, it's a fair cop and no mistake. And their mafia daughter, Cora Blimey.
Oh, another happy family over there exchanging a joke for a better one. Mr. and Mrs. Strangeways and their worm wood scrubs. Mr. and Mrs. Harm and their Greek singer son, Grievous Bodidley.
And all the way way from France, that famous courtesan, Madame Fifi, escorted by her lovers, the Count of Monte Cristo, the Count of Versailles, the Count of Marseille, and she would like 15 other similar counts to be taken. And there's Mr. and Mrs. Hines and their son Alf. Well, he was here a minute ago.
And Mr. and Mrs. Dents.
And their overweight and stupid son, Evie Dents.
Mr. and Mrs. Cused and their daughter Thea.
Mr. and Mrs. Out the Fuzz and their son Luke Out the Fuzz.
Mr. and Mrs. Picious. And their...
Sorry, what was that again?
Their actress sister, acting suspicious.
Suspicious.
He's fitted in awfully well.
Like an old glove.
Ladies and gentlemen,
But not quite as funny.
we've come up to the end of the game now.
Mr. and Mrs. Story really believed, and their daughter Wilma Story really believed.
Oh, there's Ma cursed and her husband, Pa cursed.
Mr. and Mrs. Ness and their amusing son Witness.
Quite amusing.
And his brother Jack. Hi, Jack.
Dr. and Mrs. Bird and their ill eagle.
Those of you...
Mr. and Mrs. Decent Exposure and their son Ian Decent Exposure.
Those of you who've been listening to this at home and keeping the score will now find that your score's out of date. Because, in fact...
Oh, there's malpractice.
Tim Brooke-Taylor and Jonathan Lynn... Tim Brooke-Taylor and Jonathan Lynn have streaked away.
With the
leaving Barry and Graeme the winners for this week.
Thank you.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Jonathan Lynn were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with David Firman setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Geoffrey Perkins.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Yes, and once again you can enjoy acrobatics, conjuring and comedy by going to the circus while this programme's on. We have a long way to go before the end of the series, but I can tell you now that our two teams this week are both heavily tipped to reach the final. They're Tim Brooke-Taylor and William Rushton. And Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer. And we go straight into our first round, which is the one called Sounds Peculiar. We play a sound effect, and each member of the team has a sound effect of their own, and they have to identify it, and I shall award marks for the correct identification. Graeme Garden, we're going to start with you. Here's your sound effect. Right, Graeme.
Well, without a shadow of a doubt, that was Steve Austin, the Bionic Man, getting up with a hangover.
Right.
Steve
Tim
Austin,
Brooke-Taylor, here's your sound effect.
And I think I've had the avocado to start, 2 avocados, followed by scampi and french fries.
It's a restaurant. Oh, it's somebody who's turned up the speed control of the revolving restaurant on the top of the post office.
Yes. I was actually there when it happened. Now, Barry, here's your sound effect.
Nicholas Parsons without a script. Nicholas Parsons. Approached by fans.
Impossible.
Impossible.
Right, Barry, do your best, because Tim and
I've
Graeme
forgotten
have
what the
both
sound
got a
effect
bonus
was
mark.
now. Could I hear it again, quite seriously? And then you needn't play it again after I've done a very funny guess.
Barry would like to hear it again. Right, stand by, here it is.
Magnus Pike shaving.
Bit like Sparrow Agnew driving off that first tee.
Right.
Hitting Gerald Ford.
Tim's streaking away with the bonus points there. Now then.
Put your clothes back on there.
Willie Rushton, here's your sound effect.
Yehudi Menuhin re-gutting his cat. Or was it Stephen Grappelli playing anything?
Sherlock Holmes with a hernia.
Well,
You must
Willie
go to the
Rushton
same
wins
doctor.
that round by a walkover, and this is the point where I tell the teams that they have to think up late arrivals for the artist's ball.
Artists.
I'll ask them to announce them at the end of the programme. The artist's ball.
Artists.
Now then, we have a game called Paranoia.
What do you mean by that, Hump?
What I mean is
You
this.
talking about me?
Team A decides that there is something wrong with Team B. Team B have to guess what is wrong with themselves by asking questions while Team A reply in a manner appropriate to Team B's affliction. The aim is to make members of Team B paranoid and leave the studio twitching. And
Easy.
Now, Graeme and Barry, you have to find out what's wrong with yourselves.
How many questions do we have?
You may have as many questions as you like until I tell you to stop.
Graeme and Barry both have illusions of grandeur. Illusions of grandeur.
So, Graeme and Barry, start questioning.
What's wrong with us, then?
A fairly typical question.
Yes. So you think that's really clever, do you?
Are we conceited? Have we
Oh,
got...
very good. Oh, yes.
We're sarcastic.
I expect you're very pleased with that one too, aren't you? Absolutely brilliant, like Muir and Norden, I expect.
How do you perceive this affliction? Can you see it or hear it?
We can hear it, and the look on your...
Graham Garden superstar, isn't it?
Oh.
Is it anything in the area of conceit? I'm not conceited. I'm twice as good as I think I am.
See, it's showing in his every movement.
Megalomania. No.
What?
Folie de grande. No.
Yeah, I'd say that would count, really, wouldn't you?
It is the French for it.
Yes,
French.
I think that's near enough.
French is a key.
Bloody Typical's giving us the French version, isn't it?
French
Yes, absolutely. Oh, how clever. They do it in
smart
French.
art.
Yeah.
French is the clay.
The uncanny thing about it is
Illusions of
the
grandeur.
audience knew the answer without looking at the blackboard. It is Graeme and Barry have delusions of grandeur.
Ah.
Now, Tim and
Right.
Willie, will you question Barry and Graeme about your particular affliction? Meanwhile, the audience is being shown it on a board. And those of you listening at home, here it is via the mystery voice.
Who is the mystery voice, by the way?
That's another round.
Tim is not here.
You're right. Right, start the questions.
Does this apply to both of us? Oh, this is going to get bitter, this. Apparently it doesn't, Willie.
Do I have it more often than Tim?
What has that got to do with
Stick
it?
to the game.
Well, that's what I asked
Graeme knows him quite well. I just wanted to know. We have an argument.
Yeah, but he doesn't know me that well.
You are winning in this situation in which you find yourselves, I would have said.
It's not hirsuteness.
Not a hirsuteness reference.
No.
Tim has the questioning.
Yeah, was that where we misled by the fact that both of us are different on this? Is our diction bad, or can you... And I've heard of clues, but silence.
Come on, Willie.
Would I be dumb by any chance?
What?
Am I silent? In other words, they can hear
I
you.
think
they
you'd better
can't
take
hear
up
me.
the questioning, Willie, if you could. And Tim has intimated that he has the answer by getting up and leaving. Tim's not here. Tim will come back. We go on now to the popular game Mornington Crescent. And teams, there is a special rule in play this week, and that is that Jolliffe's permutation pertains in the lower triangle only.
Oh.
In the lower triangle only.
Lower? But then if... Sorry.
Okay.
Now, who's going to start?
Can I? That's...
Tim, you can start. Nice to have you back.
Thank you. Morden.
Chipping-onga.
Scrubs Lane.
Hemel Hempstead.
They know
Very
the game.
nearly a Jolliffe's permutation.
Finsbury... If it's Hemel Hempstead, it's Finsbury Park.
Lower triangle?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just...
What?
It is.
That's okay.
All right.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, we can't go into why. I'm sorry, I won't hold the game up.
You have done.
Berkeley Square.
SW15.
Was that a play?
No, that's nice, actually.
Was SW15 your go?
Wandsworth Bridge Road.
Yes, that's right.
Fulham Palace Road.
Mornington Crescent.
Oh.
Artistry that can't be defeated.
Well done, Willie.
And as the audience spotted, really before I did there, Tim Brooke-Taylor won for his team that particular round of Mornington Crescent. And of course we shall be coming back to that again next week and the week after. Now we go on to the round which is called tag wrestling. And in this round I'm going to give each team the payoff of a story, and I shall then start one of you off telling a story to fit your punchline. And then when I feel like it, I shall press my buzzer, and a member... Oh, press the buzzer, it sounds like that. And a member from the opposing team will have to take up the story but make it fit his punchline. The team that reaches their punchline first wins the round. Seems the logical way of doing it. And now, Tim and Willie, your punchline is, whereupon the Prime Minister removed the evening dress and shook hands with the bridegroom.
Oh, I've read it.
I know who did it.
And Graeme and Barry, your punchline is, I never thought we'd escape from that canning factory alive, said the vet.
I thought it was too good to be true.
To the chorus from Covent Garden. Right, Tim and Willie, will you start your story now?
The Prime Minister wasn't feeling too well that morning. He had to go out in the evening to a ball in aid of crippled children. You go around kicking children and you make them crippled. Now, the Prime Minister was getting out his evening dress.
But this has nothing to do with our story. This is...
Oh,
Tattle,
No.
This was on...
I have an objection from Tim Brooke-Taylor.
This has got nothing to do with our story. I mean, Oscar Wilde, Noel Coward, this sort of clever way they've taken it. Is this allowed?
It's absolute truth. It's nothing to do with our
Happy
story.
birthday, Humph, by the way. Happy birthday.
Don't you try that intellectual stuff on me. Go on, Barry. You still have around, Barry.
So he went away on a holiday as well he might and disappeared from our ken. It was the day of the canning factory outing. The connection with the Prime Minister was he'd once visited it to cut a ribbon, and everything fell down. But the canning factory outing was a grand occasion held one...
Canning was one of our least popular Prime Ministers. Constantly sending gunboats up the Zambezi and things of that nature. Anyway, it was his daughter's wedding day.
It was.
So, thrusting on his evening dress, he set off for St. Margaret's, which is next door to Westminster Abbey and slightly more posh, if you know that sort of thing. And they had a fine wedding there. I think the young Canning was marrying Miss Canning, as she was. The Miss Canning, I think. My history defeats me at this juncture.
Miss Canning Town.
Miss Canning Town. She had been. In 1843, she was voted Miss Canning Town.
Objection from Barry Cryer.
Were both the people concerned in this wedding called Canning?
Yes.
Just tidying
they were married.
The facts up.
Yes. During the ceremony, they were married.
Yeah. During the ceremony, they were married.
Graeme Garden, will you take up the story
During the
and extricate
ceremony,
me from an awkward situation?
Marriage took place. A wonderful ceremony marred only by the temporary absence of a choir. The St. Margaret's Church choir having that very afternoon gone on strike for higher notes. And a last-minute replacement being sought. Well, the only choir that was handy were, in fact, the chorus from Covent Garden, who couldn't be run down at the moment because they were visiting one of Canning's factories, where they were observing the humane way in which the vet was called in to put down a whale.
So, of course, we're unable to be with us. The Prime Minister, at the relevant moment in the service, where his daughter was being married to Mr. Canning, suddenly realized that she was, how shall I say, déshabillée. I'm only saying that because I can't think of anything else to say.
Suddenly there was a bomb scare at the wedding. The vicar cried, "Over to the Canning factory, we'll be safe there." And they all rushed into the Canning factory, crammed themselves in, and suddenly heard very menacing noises from outside.
Whereupon the Prime Minister removed his evening dress and shook hands with the bridegroom for 1 minute.
Unless there's an objection from the opposite team, I have to award that
A merciful release.
totally irrelevant tagline to Willie Rushton. No objection. Willie Rushton's the winner. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Take it in good health, I think.
And we go on to our blues, a musical item. Colin Sell comes into his own at the piano now for this one, accompanying the teams in a blues on a topic given them by the opposing team. We're going to start with Graeme and Barry now. So, Tim and Willie, will you give them a topic for their blues?
Yes, the Mad Dog Blues.
Will do. I'm going to go through it twice for this. 2 verses. 24-bar blues.
What? Well, I'll take a fling.
Room to maneuver.
Woke up this morning. I was feeling rather low. So off to the Jolly Trumpet and Frog I did go.
Oh, yeah.
There was a great big Alsatian standing by the bar. I said to the barman, "Does your dog bite?" And he said no. One more time. So I walked up to the bar at the Jolly Old Trumpet and Frog. Jolly Old Trumpet and Frog.
Just to rhyme with dog.
And this great Alsatian dog took a great big bite out of my leg, and I was agog. I said to the barman, "You said your dog didn't bite." And he replied, "That ain't my dog. That ain't my dog." You asked for it.
Okay, 3 marks. And Tim and Willie, you're going to sing now on a topic supplied at this moment by Barry and Graeme.
We're in sadistic mood. Their blues is in calypso form.
What?
Your blues is in calypso form.
Colin, can you remind us of the calypso form?
Enough! And Graeme will give you a subject.
Okay.
Right, that's enough preparation.
Graeme will give you a subject appropriate.
Inappropriately enough, the West Indies blues in calypso form.
I woke up this morning, my wife had gone
to the West Indies for the sun.
Now you are questioning me, Jamaica?
No Trinidad with Freddie Laker.
Oh.
Glib devils.
And 4 points for you. Now we come to a round called Kim's Game, which is based on the well-known parlour game. A number of items will be passed on a conveyor belt in front of one member of each team, and he has to remember as many of them as possible with the help of his partner. The conveyor belt goes for 10 seconds, and there are 30 seconds for recollection. And the recollector can take home everything he remembers. We're going to start with you, Tim and Willie. The objects are coming up on the conveyor belt now. Right, now you have 30 seconds to recollect. Which of you wants to recollect?
That woman's leg is still sticking out from behind the curtain.
Anthea's leg. Can we both do it together?
All right.
Cuddly toy.
There was a dead juggernaut.
Typewriter, an electric hair curlers, a Concorde.
Concorde, yes, Concorde.
The thing, with that toasting fork.
Toasting fork.
An electric thing,
Electric thing.
Joanna Southcott's cricket box.
Right. One of those things that you plug in and you got to, and you push it, and it's made of solid gold.
And it warms the wife.
It warms the wife. There are two of those. And there was another cuddly toy. And what else was there, Willie?
Larry Grayson's body. A flea circus.
Yes, the man who puts the things on the end. You can take him home.
Well, I worked out that you correctly recollected 4 items out of that, so you get 4 marks and you can take them back. And I would like, before Graeme and Barry do their recollecting, I would like to ask the audience, please don't help them, because it's quality. Graeme and Barry, here are your items on the conveyor belt, starting now. Already, you can start now, recollecting. 30 seconds from now.
Yes, that was Sir Charles Fortis Trust.
Sir Charles Fortis Trust.
And
No help from the audience.
Fish knives,
and,
yes. There
fish
were
forks.
Fish.
And there were some fish plates as well. And there was the Taj Mahal by moonlight in the wife's name.
See-through Labour Party.
There was a collapsible House of Commons being broadcast.
Electric elephant.
And
No, that was a set of matching National Fronts.
there was...
What was that?
Eartha Kitt.
Eartha Kitt. A cuddly Bernard Manning.
Impossible.
No, it fell off.
You've only got 28 seconds left.
There was a broken stopwatch.
Broken stopwatch. Right. Cast iron wreath. Oh.
Barry managed to get one in there under the net, so to speak, so that puts him ahead. And the scores so far, as we move on to the round in which the teams announce their late arrivals for the Artists' Ball. We'll open the bidding right now. The late arrivals for the Artists' Ball.
Oh.
So far, so good.
Roaring in on a motorbike with a singular lack of grace, Easel Kniezel. with his pal, Et. Excellent. Will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Madder and their daughter, Rose Madder, and her pigment.
From Greece, would you welcome, please, from abroad, a gentleman who not so much paints as daubs. He's known as Dauber the Greek.
Will you welcome, please, all the way from the States, Mr. and Mrs. Trait and their father, Paul Trait.
Here with the ladies and the gents, Toulouse-Lautrec. Going to do some impressions for us with his driver, Van Gogh.
The impressionist.
The impressionist, yes.
And who are those people dressed up as parcels and letters? They're the post-impressionists.
We've just had the fancy dress competition, and before the raffle, the mayor will in fact light the bonfire. This, in your programmes, is the pre-raffle light.
Which will be drawn by Renaissance.
Yes. And landscape. Will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Ist and their son, Edward Lionel, who was recently knighted, the Sir E.L. Ist. And his daughter.
Mr. and Mrs. Tomical Drawing and their daughter, Anatomical Drawing.
With their peak Asso. And I wish he wouldn't do that.
A long line of intoxicants, the Cupists.
Isn't that Pissarro with them? Yes.
Can't see, he's got his back turned.
Oh, there's Jackson Pollock with his family, but we don't talk about that.
Mr. and Mrs. Cullers. Mr. and Mrs. Cullers, who are descended from that well-known 18th century Walter Cullers.
All right, we'll go quietly, Constable.
It was a bit like this on the Titanic, wasn't it?
Yes, very like it.
At this point in the game, when the teams begin to cast despairing glances in my direction,
Mr. and Mrs. Couturist and their daughter, Carrie.
From Turkey, the turquoise blue.
And the score in that round is to Barry and Graeme, 5 groans, 3 claps and a laugh.
What laugh?
Tim and Willie, 3 heavy sighs, 9 claps and 8 seconds of dead silence. Which puts them in the overall lead and means that we finish the games for this week, and we'll see you again next week. Goodbye now.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and William Rushton were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sell setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Geoffrey Perkins.
And in the red corner, wearing only leopard skin body stockings and matching Wellingtons, Barry Cryer and Graeme Garden. And without any more messing about, we're going on straight on to the first game, which is the one called Sound Charades. One team has to make noises, and the other team must guess what they mean. The audience are let into the secret by way of a blackboard here in the studio, and you at home are told by a mystery voice. And in the studio here, you can help audience by applauding when they're getting warmer. And in view of our experience with the audience on the recent show, the people you're supposed to applaud are the people who are guessing and not the people who are doing the charade. Okay, Willie and Tim, you're going to start off by doing your charade. And the audience at home is being told by the mystery voice, audience in the studio on our blackboard here, what they're going to do.
The Great Dictator.
It's 3 words, and it is a film.
All at once. Cue me. Mr. Tater?
Call me Dick.
You're great.
It's the Great Dictator.
No?
Well, that puts you so far ahead, Graeme, that you've actually won this week's round. You've got to carry on. So, Barry and Graeme, you're going to do a charade now. Tim and Willie, you've got to guess it. The audience being told at home and also in the studio here.
The Royal Hunt of the Sun.
Play and film.
A play and a film.
A play and a film. 6 words.
So you have time to pop out for a spot of lunch or something.
Write to your family.
Start a family.
Okay, we're all ready for you.
We're going to do it all at once.
Right.
I say, Phil, where is he?
I don't know. Most probably out in the stables.
No, I was just mucking out now, and I didn't see him.
He's round about somewhere. Charlie, where are you? You know, round about here somewhere.
Would it be anything to do with the royal family, by any chance?
The prince and the showgirl, please. That's 6.
Requests will be taken later. Orders. Queen and country, queen, king, prince, and I'm getting nowhere here.
No. Very
Charlie,
cool.
anything to do with the royal... Now, we said royal family, so... Is it something to do with...
Oh, stop it, Hum.
You've had that clap already.
You've got as far as the royal family. That's about as high as you'll get.
6 words, isn't it? That's what's...
Yes.
The royal family go west. No. Willie, you're full of ideas.
Yes, not really the royal family.
Is the royal family actually in the title? Is it something like the royal family?
Well, they're not in the title, no.
Helpful, please.
They're not in the title. There's a good
But
clue.
anybody else in the world might be.
Yes. So
yeah, well, that's
we'll narrow it down for you.
Yeah. 2 horses appear in the title.
They were horse.
Horse. The 4 horses of the...
Yes, don't be misled by that, because it doesn't.
There were 2 high-ranking members of the royal family looking for
King and Queen.
Stop it, Graeme.
No. I think they better tell you what it
Someday
is.
my prince will come.
We've run out of
but that's
time.
rather vile.
Shaffer.
I think they're cheating because they're not...
I think you better tell them.
The Royal Hunt of the Sun.
Ah.
Right.
Very good, wasn't
I
it?
wish I hadn't said that. To cover your confusion, Tim and Willie, you can do another charade now.
We started with an
Here's what they're going to do for you listening at home.
The High and the Mighty.
And will you tell Barry and Graeme whether it's a book or a film or a long-playing record?
It's a book, a film, and a shop.
And a
shop.
Shop. little quick commercial. It's all in one, and it's... Did we have said how many words there are?
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, some of them are relatively unimportant. Hither, Lord Chamberlain, crouch and kiss me foot.
Certainly, my liege. Oh, my God.
Clap your lip to the royal sock. On, 2 by 2.
Where are these? Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Barry and Graeme, start guessing.
The lotus eaters meet the odor eater.
No.
There was a ripple then.
It wasn't.
I got
It was
one for the
irrelevant.
horse, and that was nothing at all to do with it.
I was Lord Kitchener's foot fetishist. There was a royal person, yes?
Yes.
And a royal foot.
And a shop.
And a chamberlain.
And some overacting from Tim.
It needn't necessarily be a royal person.
No.
No.
A shop is germane to the...
No, I'd forget about the shop, too. In fact, I'd really forget about the film and the book.
In fact, good night. Also, it was a bit of a...
We got that,
The
yes,
foot
you
was a
suggested
bit,
that. Yes.
Like fish when it's gone off.
High society.
No.
A ripple.
High feet.
Anxiety. No.
The high and the mighty.
Excellent.
Right, Barry and Graeme, that earns you the chance to catch them up now with another charade from you.
Right.
Here it is for those of you listening at home.
The Caretaker.
Can you tell us if this is a book or a film or what?
Play in a film. And
Play in a film.
2 words.
Okay, do your charade.
Morning, Reg.
Morning.
You taking care of all this lot,
Oh,
are you?
I'm taking care of it all right, yes.
Oh, I bet you're always the man they go to when they want something taken care of.
Caretaker.
If there's a bit of care needs taking, I'm the man to do it. It's the one thing I do
Was
take,
I right?
and that's care. What?
Well, be seeing you tomorrow, Reg.
Right.
Take care.
Sorry, there was an interruption from...
It's better without an interval, that one, actually.
Okay, now,
better than the
start groping your way
It had
towards
the right
solution.
Pinterest dialogue, so we assume it's the caretaker.
Fell right into our trap there.
Tim Brooke-Taylor gets an
It
extra
is.
10 marks for bringing that round to an end. Never been stopped. This is where I introduce a round that's played at the end of the programme in order to give the teams time to think of silly names for people arriving at the Aristocrats' Ball. The Aristocrats' Ball.
Oh, thank you.
Right. Now, the next game is called Connection Quiz, and this one's like Mastermind, except that it's played with a more uncomfortable chair. I'm going to give each contestant a set of objects or people, and he has to tell me what the connection is between them. And incidentally, this is quite serious. These are all taken from a new book called The Book of Lists, and so they're completely genuine. We're going to start now with you, Tim Brooke-Taylor. What is the connection between Jack the Ripper, Gerald Ford, Mandy Rice Davis, and Leonardo da Vinci?
They're all murderers except Jack the Ripper. No.
Very near.
All of them were interviewed to death by David Frost. No.
No.
It's Leonardo da Vinci. The only thing I know about Leonardo da Vinci is he can make people smile, but he also he was left-handed. Does that have anything to do with it?
Tim Brooke-Taylor, absolutely brilliant. The
Good
answer is
Lord.
that they were all left-handed.
Very good.
Can you come back next week?
Suddenly,
Willie, here we are. What object connects the murder of Agamemnon, the Bonaparte's argument, Rostand's writing, Franklin's pastime, and Carol's orgy?
If I start with the Bonaparte's argument, which was whether or not the strange item they found in a little silver box, a fossilized part of Napoleon Bonaparte, was in fact genuine, and it was sold at Christie's for some enormous sum, which for a small part of Bonaparte is ridiculous, and whether Rostand wrote with it, and whether it was Franklin's pastime, and whether it was involved in Carol's orgy, I can't see
Sounds very likely.
how it could be involved in the murder of Agamemnon, as you couldn't mug an old woman to death with it. So we can cut that out. That's not there. That's not it.
I know this one, I think.
Do you? What?
Well, I think they're all previously rejected titles for Carry On Up the Khyber.
No argument on the Bonaparte
No, I
argument.
don't think you're going to get it.
Agamemnon was murdered in the bath, but whether Bonaparte argued in the bath, or Rostand wrote in the bath, or Franklin's pastime took place in the bath, and Carol's orgy definitely did, because the other...
Well, believe it or not...
Franklin was in the bath, yes. That's
Yes,
Willie,
baths, I put
you're
in
absolutely
baths.
right.
Good
The
Lord.
connecting... The connecting link is a bath. They're all the subject of famous events that happened in a bath.
Tim can tell you another.
Yes, I can. And another.
Graham Garden.
But Merle Oberon may be listening.
What's the connection between Richard II, Jumbo, Abert Perron, and Trigger?
Richard II, Jumbo, Eva Peron, and Trigger. They are all roles turned down by Julie Covington.
She did Jumbo, didn't she?
Or, I know what two of them have in common, which is Eva Peron and Trigger, so presumably the others do as well.
All written by Roy Rogers. But it would never come from my lips, no.
You don't know how close you are to the answer.
I'll say they're all stuffed.
Exactly right. They are all stuffed.
What?
So
Really?
this
They
is
were
getting
all
very
stuffed?
exciting. Yeah. It'd be even more exciting if I had kept any marks. But
Well,
Barry,
here comes the anticlimax. I won't know mine at all, I'm sure. Yes.
Barry, what's the connection between Beau Brummel, George II, Abraham Lincoln, and Benito Mussolini?
Well, I'm not one to gossip.
You're not one to gossip.
Not what I've heard.
Attila the Hun was not one to kill. I mean...
I can't understand the unaccountable omission of George Formby from this list, Humphrey. I think they all hung around lampposts.
Think about it.
Strung up by the partisans. No, Bo, is it gout?
No, it's not.
Were some of them secretly president of the USA?
I don't know whether to give you that, because it's so close. They were all famous snorers.
Who's to know? Who's to know?
It's hearsay evidence.
We'd like to thank Mrs. Mussolini for the research on that particular round, and we go on now.
They can't have been that famous.
You can't
Very
be
famous. I'd heard of it.
You can't be famous as a snorer unless you're Joan Collins. I don't.
I don't propose to let that round develop into a philosophical discussion, so we go on to the next round, which is called Call My Bluff. And this is a game familiar to all of you from television, but it's played here with a very slight difference. The teams are going to give me 4 different definitions of a word, and I have to guess which one is correct. We're going to have 2 rounds of this. Now, teams, which of you is going to start with the word?
Well, that's up to you, Hump.
Graeme, would you start with the word?
The word is bucket. And definition of bucket is a medieval musical instrument made of both wood and brass, something like a cross between a serpent and a lyre. It was a wind and a string instrument, so it could be blown and plucked at the same time, which is some trick if you can do it. And the...
Oh, he's doing it.
It's not a very well-known or indeed very popular instrument. There is a reference to it in the Bible, in the Psalms. Magnify him upon the bucket. And its greatest protagonist was the Archbishop Thomas a Bucket. All I have to say on the subject.
Tim, would you give me a definition?
I didn't know we had to give short talks. Bucket. It's a metal or plastic vessel with a handle across the top, which is used for carrying liquids or solids.
Oh, you'll never get imagination.
Sorry, I don't feel very...
Barry Cryer?
Well, of course, it's a bird, isn't it? It's a bird, Robert. Humphrey, sorry.
I'll bid you goodbye, if you don't
It was
mind that.
considered long extinct in the Galapagos. That's the islands. That's the correct pronunciation, by the way.
Would you
Islands.
breathe into this bag, please?
It was discovered in about 1813, or probably a little later, about past, by the man after whom it was named.
Oh.
Thomas Dustpan. It was a minute bird. It weighed about 3 1/4 ounces and laid an egg that weighed about 9.5 pounds and had a very distinctive cry. Stroke! It's a bird. Yes.
Oh, welcome back.
Over to Leslie Ann. Down.
Willie Rushton.
Get up, Leslie Ann. This is radio.
You speak for yourself.
Willie Rushton, you're
Well,
definitely...
it's an item of clothing. It's a sort of piece of clothing. It's a bit of clothing worn in the Regency period in the old Brighton Pavilion with Beau Brummel, Beau Nash, Beau Jangles, all those people. When, due to the total lack of sanitation, there was nothing at all. I mean, Harpic was a Marx brother. It was worn by the rakes under the arm. It was a door, not unlike a cat door, which they could open and fan near a window as they quadrilled past it, thus reducing the aroma. It was called a bucket. A bucket, it was actually pronounced.
As worn by...
There's the definitions now. Teams, I have to guess which one is right.
It's an impersonation from the chair.
Right. Now then,
Of
which
Louis
one's
Armstrong.
right? A musical instrument. There's an old tune called The Bucket's Got a Hole in It, which would have meant that it wouldn't have played properly. I can't possibly see that that is correct. Tim's, a plastic vessel with a handle.
Or metal.
Or metal. No, I mean, it's too far-fetched.
Too far-fetched.
It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. So that leaves us either the extinct bird or the cat door under the arms. I'm going to go for Willie Rushton's. Willie.
Right.
Is it
Absolutely
true or
right,
bluff?
it is, yes, as worn under the arm of a Regency buck. A bucket.
Well done.
Yes.
12 points to me, and that puts me ahead. And another 2 points for impersonation. Yes, right. Now then, we have a game called the Blues. For this round, each team will give the other the topic for a blues, which they must then improvise, accompanied by Colin at the piano. And I'm going to introduce a new facet to this game this week, because I'm going to impose a penalty of 40 marks for anyone who uses the words up, morning, woke, or this. You didn't know that, did you? Okay. Barry and Graeme, will you give Tim and Willie their subject?
Yes. We'd like to hear their Tory Party blues. Tory Party blues.
Found something heavy hanging on my brow. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, it's the ethnic feel.
Oh, I enjoyed it.
Keep in touch.
It was Mrs. Thatcher. Get off, I cried, you daft old cow.
Oh, you got away with words.
Away with several.
But one thing you've got to say about Maggie Thatcher.
She was only a grocer's daughter, but she taught Sir Geoffrey how.
Genuine.
Right, Tim and Willie, will you give Barry and Graeme a subject, please, for their blues?
The Flying Saucer Blues.
Thank you. I aroused myself earlier today, and something happened that was quite unique.
I saw two flies playing football in a saucer, and I heard one of them speak. Oh, yes, I did.
He said, "Take it easy, Charlie.
Remember, we're playing in the cup next week."
We thought you said fly in saucer blues.
Charlie.
Charlie.
That was so brilliant on both sides that I wouldn't dream of awarding any marks either way. We go on now to the old favourite game that I know people at home like to join in on this one, and this is Mornington Crescent. And teams, the rules that apply today are that any points scored in the outer square are transferable. Any points scored in the outer square are transferable.
That's impossible.
What, to the other team or to your own team?
Simply transferable. If you don't know the game, I know. Barry, you start.
North Circular Road.
Willie?
Gee! The Reigate bypass.
Henry's Corner.
I can transfer, so North Circular Road.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, great. A1.
Wasn't that great?
A2.
Oh, it's transferred.
Graeme,
Fortune Green Road.
Platts Lane.
You concede, Barry?
No, that's cheating, Hump.
No, in a
knows.
transfer round he can do
You
that.
can concede.
He can do that. That's
In a
nothing
transfer
wrong with
round,
that.
you can concede.
Thank you, Hum. Thank you. Kidderpore Avenue. Kidderpore Avenue.
I've got an A to Z, Andy.
I think you've had it, actually, haven't you?
Nope.
Nope.
Baden-Powell Terrace. AW3.
Covent Garden.
Southampton Row.
Mornington Crescent.
First
Thank
in.
you.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's transferred
Yes.
earlier, twice.
Yes, he did, because you revoked. Right.
Thank you. Thank you, Hum.
I think it was my A2 that scotched us.
And with Barry winning that one, we go on to
Corner.
this next round, which is our old favourite tag wrestling. In this round, I'm going to give each team the payoff of a story, and I shall then start one of you off telling a story to fit your punchline. And then when I feel like it, I shall press the buzzer, like that, and a member from the opposing team will have to take up the story, but make it fit his punchline. And Tim and Willie, your punchline is this. 15 Eskimo belly dancers left the submarine at Clapham.
Left the submarine at Clapham.
At Clapham.
Yep.
Barry and Graeme, your punchline is, this isn't raspberry flan, Doctor. It's Ena Sprocket.
Understandable mistake.
And as you've had longest to think about it, Tim and Willie, I'll get Barry and Graeme to start.
You start.
I didn't like the look of my wife, but then I never did much, so I decided to take her to the doctor. We sat in the waiting room for some time, but sure enough, the buzzer went.
This was just another of the reasons why Nell was fed up with life in known Alaska. Had she not danced on some of the finest bellies in Europe? She decided to go there. And the best way was the submarine lying off the Alaskan coast.
The first mate asked the captain, vis-a-vis our crew of Eskimo belly dancers, are we going to Clapham? To which he replied, only if they're very, very good. Understandably, a patrol on the lookout for submarine jokes depth charged the submarine, and that was the end of that, and it was never heard of again in this program.
However, in memory of it, a film was made. In which the submarine set off for Clapham, and 15 Eskimo belly dancers left the submarine at Clapham.
Yes!
Oh, why not?
Under the wire with
Well,
that.
Barry and Graeme,
Dear.
Barry and Graeme, you have the option of carrying on your own towards your punchline. But I think
Can we make them carry on their
you'd really rather not, wouldn't you? Here we come to the moment when I take a back seat and the teams give their announcements for the late arrivals at the Aristocrats Ball. Who's going to open the bidding? All right. So...
No, the dance is tomorrow. Mr. and Mrs. Tillety and their daughter Jean Tillety. On her own in the corner.
Mr. and Mrs. Stockracy and their son Harry.
Mr. and Mrs. Brooke-Taylor and their son Tim. I can dream, can't I? A rather posh couple, Mr. and Mrs. Nation Robes and their daughter Cora Nation Robes.
Ah, here's the Duke of Rummere Often.
Lord and Lady, your lucky stars, and their son Count, your lucky stars.
Please will you welcome Mr. and Mrs. Spearridge and their son, who's a bit of a Burke, Spearridge. And Pat Rushton. And Oligarchy.
And the Lord is May Shepherd. He sounds quite genuine. I like him. Like I knew his mother.
Will you welcome, please?
No.
All right. There's Lord Elpis and Baron Landscape.
Mr. and Mrs. Wiss and their son Mark.
Pardon,
the Ness couple with their daughter Marcia. Marquess and Martiness.
I'm sorry.
Wish I was dead.
At the piano from the west coast of Africa, the Earl of Ghana.
Lord and Lady Far Out, and their tiny tot, the right hand baby.
Mrs. Esty and their daughter Madge Esty.
Majesty. That's play on words.
Mr. and Mrs. Blishment and their daughter Esther Blishment. Oh dear, oh dear.
Mr. and Mrs. Zlist and their daughter Honor.
How did humour creep in here?
At this point, it's my duty to give you
Oh,
the
there's
score.
Dorothy Squires. Oh, sorry. It's as well not to mention it again.
I'm going to give you the score now, and that is Graeme Garden leads with 1 point over Willie Rushton. Tim Brooke-Taylor's next, and quite a long way behind is Barry Cryer. That's all from all of us this week, so we'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and William Rushton were being given silly things to do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Geoffrey Perkins.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Thank you, and welcome to the programme that's often been likened to falling into porridge while being hit on the back of the neck with a rolled-up newspaper. This week we're playing with a slight difference. There will be no changes in the rules. And slight and totally inaudible consternation there from our teams, who are Tim Brooke-Taylor and William Rushton on the right. And Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer on the right. And we go straight into a round now, which is called Blues Stroke Calypso. For this round, each team will give the other a topic for either a blues or a calypso, which they will then improvise, accompanied by Colin Sell at the piano. And who's going to start now? I think we'll have the singing opened by Tim Brooke-Taylor and Willie Rushton. Barry and Graeme, will you give them their topic? Are you going to sing a blues or a calypso?
The alcoholic calypso.
The alcoholic calypso.
I would sing my calypso, but alas, alack,
I am a dipsomaniac.
I used to drink with Harry Belafonte
till he was crushed to death by my pink elefante.
Brilliant!
What a pity, but for that slip you'd have got a mark. Barry and Graeme, you're going to sing now, and Tim and Willie, will you give them their topic? Do you want them to sing a blues or a calypso?
I think we'd like them to blues. Ours will be the pianist blues. The Colin Sell blues, our pianist.
Yes. Where do you start?
That's enough.
I woke up this morning in a most distraught manner, as I did. Oh, oh, oh! Found my room was flooded, and I hadn't even got a spanner. Luckily, I floated out of my house on a table, and Colin Sell accompanied me on the piano.
Very nearly word perfect, so that puts you ahead. And this is where I introduce the round that's played at the end of the programme in order to give the teams time to think of silly names for people arriving at the Travellers' Ball. The Travellers' Ball, teams.
Oh,
Travellers?
Travellers' Ball.
Oh, good.
Right.
Whoopee.
Got that? Now, we go on to the game that's called Paranoia. Team A decides that there's something wrong with Team B. Team B have to guess what is wrong with themselves by asking questions while Team A reply in a manner appropriate to Team B's affliction. The mystery voice will tell you what it's all about at home, and our studio audience will be informed by the well-worn blackboard. Graeme and Barry, you've decided what's wrong with Tim and Willie. Tim and Willie, you have to guess.
Willie and Tim both watch Crossroads.
Tim and Willie, you'll please guess what's wrong with you by questioning Graeme and Barry.
Would we be happy to think this?
Oh,
If you did, you would. If you were, you would, yes.
Have we both got it?
Yes.
Inferiority complexes.
No, just inferiority. No, it's a shame to mock them, really, isn't it?
It is. It is.
It's not sex appeal, because you haven't got it either. No.
You had it last.
Have we both got it?
Yes, we've established that.
Yes.
Have
we both still got it, yeah? I think he's trying to say.
Still got it, yes.
Both still got it. Have we always had it?
Twice a week, is it?
What do I do twice a week? Don't answer that.
It's a failed nymphomania.
Twice a week. Willie, come on. You're awfully good at twice a week jokes. What happens twice a week? Crossroads?
Yes, you got that. You both watch Crossroads.
All your fault. I'm quite proud of that. I'm the unknown win of the 70s.
Tim and Willie have apportioned an ailment to Graeme and Barry, who have to decide what it is by questioning now. The mystery voice will tell you at home, and subject to the chalk holding out, our studio audience will be given it on the blackboard.
Graeme and Barry both have amnesia.
Oh. Not dirty. Not dirty. Oh, that narrows it down. Have we both got it?
Oh, that doesn't sound like you.
Is it something to do with identity? In its loosest sense, yeah.
I should think a round of applause for that, yeah.
Probably won't mean anything to you, though.
The Barry I knew wouldn't have said anything like that.
No.
Something to do with being divorced from ourselves.
We're not ourselves.
You're not divorced.
We're
not entirely.
We're not feeling ourselves.
As this is radio, nobody has any clue on that. I would say that was shrewd.
We are somebody else, as basic as that.
No, you see, how sad. It's true,
amazing,
you see. It's true. I wonder who you are. Well, we know who you are, you see, but do you?
Can't help you.
We don't know who we are.
We don't know who we are.
Who do they think they are?
Yeah.
Is that what it says on the blackboard?
No.
It's one word. I've forgotten what it is, but
It's loss of something to do with loss of memory. Amnesia.
Yes, you both have amnesia, which I should have thought was self-evident.
Well.
Now we go back to Tim and Willie, reluctantly, because they're going to question Graeme and Barry once again.
What are we playing, Humph?
The same game.
Oh, thank you.
Could you remind us of the rules?
The same mystery voice will tell you at home.
Willie and Tim are both in Crossroads.
Well, the action's really hotting up here in the studio.
Better check the blackboard, Barry. I don't think it was that.
Tim and Willie, you have to question Graeme and Barry now as to your
I didn't know it was
ailment.
spelt like that. 2 F's.
above or below the waist?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Have we both got it?
Yes.
More than twice a week, or...?
No.
Are we right about everything?
Pardon?
You were wrong about this, I tell you.
Well, you just said yes to everything. And you never do normally. Willie.
Hello.
Stop being so...
Don't talk to me.
Is it something we're proud?
You would be. Did the situation apply? I think. I hope. I fear.
You said something earlier which the audience might have applauded.
Well, that's a lot
but
of
didn't.
What was it we said earlier the audience might have applauded?
I can't remember. We've got amnesia.
That wasn't a clue.
About us being right, was it that bit? No. Above the waist, below the waist?
No.
I can't remember what I said. I've got amnesia now.
Be merciful, Humph.
I think you could give them a bit
Yes,
of
when
a
you'd
clue.
have said more than twice a week.
More than twice a week.
It's a daily event.
And I said no.
Ah. So it's once a week.
Shall we never do it?
Is it religious in any way?
Yes.
Is it twice a week?
It's a form of human sacrifice.
Watching Crossroads.
Appearing on I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue.
No.
Watching...
on Crossroads.
Yes!
Yes, your ailment is that you're both in Crossroads.
Ah, that's amnesia.
I think it would be only fair on Crossroads to tell the audience that it goes out 4 times a week. And at 5:30 in Manchester.
Nobody loves a smart ass.
It only seems like 4 times a week.
Right. Graeme and Barry, you have another affliction, and Tim and Willie are going to tell you what it is. So will you start questioning them now? Meanwhile, the audience at home will be informed by the mystery voice, and the audience here in the studio will sit with their mouths hanging open while about half of the New Testament is written up on the ground.
Graeme and Barry are both very, very boring.
Graeme and Barry, will you start interrogating?
The audience have given them a clue in that it's true. And there are 3 words.
3 words. Very popular affliction by the sound of it.
Oh, dear.
As applied to us. We write Crossroads. Oh!
Here we go again.
How do you perceive this affliction?
I'm sorry, you were saying.
You don't mind if I put my pyjamas on, do you?
Sorry.
Pyjamas were relevant in a sort of tenuous way, were they?
Oh, very good. Yes.
We seem to be boring them.
Not at all, no, enjoying every word you're saying.
So what are the 3 words?
They're very boring.
Well, that's 2 of them.
You got 2 of them right. Very and boring.
Both very boring.
No.
Shall we give it them?
Yeah.
Yes.
Very, very boring.
I'd never have got that in a month or something.
Which finds the score evenly balanced. As we go on to the next round, everybody will be pleased to know that this involves the mystery voice and the blackboard once again. Now a 10-minute break while the blackboard is rubbed out.
And
have
the
we
mystery
told them,
voice is
during
rubbed
which
out.
the mystery voice will sing you a song.
Ronnie Biggs is the mystery voice. Nobody's mentioned that. He records them and sends them over to us.
Excuse me, Barry Crime.
I'm sorry.
It's Ronnie Biggs now, is it?
Ronnie Biggs.
You know where it's hidden.
This is the game called Sound Charades. One team has to make noises and the other team must guess what they mean.
Who's doing which first, Tom?
I haven't got to that yet. Graeme and Barry are going to do the first charade.
The Nutcracker Suite.
Graeme and Barry, is your charade a film, a book, a play, or what?
Oh, it's a ballet.
Swan Lake.
Oh, no. Do you want to guess it now? We'll do.
Will you hurriedly do a charade, please?
Right.
Sound effects.
Sound effects. You doing Morning, sir. Morning.
Good morning. I'd like to complain about the sofa and 2 armchairs that I bought from you last week and I brought back to the shop now.
Well, really, sir, what seems to be wrong with them?
You try sitting on them, matey.
Well, I don't think I'll bother doing the end of this sketch. I wouldn't.
The Rite of Spring.
Or conversely, the Nutcracker Suite.
And having given 2 right answers, Tim and Willie get 2 sets of scores, which puts them well in the lead. And they're going to do a charade now, which is being notified to you, unless he's gone down with laryngitis, by the mystery voice. Meanwhile, here in the studio, the answer is being written up on a blackboard.
Ippy Tomby.
Tim and Willie, will you tell them whether it's a film or a book or what it is, please?
It's a theatrical piece. It has got two words. One is hyphenated. And we're going to do it separately. We're going to do the first part first, the second part second, and the third part third.
And in that order?
Not necessarily. Okay, the first one. Hey, man. You want a smoke of this?
Oh, dear. Second part.
It'll have to go
Snip, snip. Part three.
Part three.
Snip, snip.
Oh, come on. Oh, easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Is it the sleepy rabbi stung by a bee?
Very close.
If vets could fly?
No, it isn't, but I wish it had been.
Which word was hyphenated? I can't remember.
The last
When snip, snip.
The last one.
Cat.
It's in between. Yeah. Aha. That's the second.
The second word is cat.
Cat is cattish.
And it's a theatrical piece.
Mm.
Well, cattish, Willie said.
No, I didn't say it was. I said it's ish.
The word is not cat.
No, no.
No, no.
Yes,
Meow. No. Moggy.
Snip, snip, I think.
No, no,
not
no,
really
no.
Marmalade.
Is the last
B.
bit.
B.
It's not the great cat bee.
I don't think you're going to get it, are you? Not within the half hour.
No. I know what cat dancing. No.
Hippie Tomby.
God, that was marvellous.
That gives you 25 time faults, which means that you lose the marks which you gained last week. And the gentleman who's been writing up the names on the board has won that round. And as the winner of that round, he's disqualified from taking part in this one, which is his favourite game, Mornington Crescent. And the rule this week is that moves in a clockwise direction are penalised inversely.
But then we can't win, can we?
Moves, yes, you can. Think about it. Moves in a clockwise direction are penalised inversely.
I'm sorry, but I mean, we're
It's all right, you can go.
We can't lose, Barry.
Barry, you can go
Can't
south.
win either.
You can go south of the river, though.
I just got a bit
It's a perfectly
carried
regular.
away there.
It's a perfectly regular and ordinary rule, Barry.
Seem to be unfairly loaded, Hump. I'm sorry to bring this up, but there we are.
Wallspawn Road is in your court.
It'll be all right.
Well, if you're going to sulk, you can start.
All right. Oh, yes. Mornington Crescent. Yes.
Walkover.
Yes.
Yes.
Think about it. Think about it.
No, because
you see.
we were allowed south of the river.
So think about it. You
But
can go in one.
that's not south of
You
the
can
river.
go. No, but it's
the one who was
inverse.
complaining earlier.
It's not clockwise.
My judgment is
Mr.
that Barry is
Adjudicator.
absolutely right,
Oh.
Tim and Willie. I'm afraid on that one.
It's not clockwise.
So Barry wins that one. Well done, Barry.
It isn't clockwise.
It isn't. I'm sorry. It's not clockwise, Hump. You'll get letters by the million.
It will take too long to explain now, but
Will
my
you please
decision
send
is-
your letters personally to Humphrey Lyttleton, not enclosing a stamp to just enter.
Care of the Kenny Ball
Well-
Memorial Home.
Well, as there seems to be some confusion about that game, we shall look into it and we shall put it right.
Not a pretty sight.
In the course of the week, and listeners at home, you will be notified.
Personally.
I make out that that'll cost us 18 pence. Now, and that's first class.
Those of you listening in cars, don't panic.
And that puts Graeme Garden ahead. And he starts this next round, and this is the round that's called Pick-Up Song. In this round, a member of one team starts singing a song and then stops on a word in the lyric. A member of the opposing team must then sing a different song starting with that word. Graeme Garden's going to sing.
Roamin' in the gloamin'.
That's 1 point to Graeme Garden.
Of Harlock.
Oh, wait a minute. You have one? Sorry, I was ahead of you.
Gloamin' of Harlock.
Men of Harlock.
Yes, we'll allow that. It's a syllable. It's not exactly a word, but a syllable.
Men of Harlock, that's it.
Will you sing it?
Harlock.
Barry, take up Harlock.
And put it down again quickly. I like a nice cup of tea. Morning. Oh, it's too easy.
St. Crescent.
Oh, we can't leave it alone.
Yes. Anti-clockwise.
Rankle. Take it up on morning, please.
Morning becomes Electra. That's my song. Oh, what a beautiful day. I've got a wonderful feeling.
I think we'll let him have that because he's tone deaf.
I didn't hear that.
Everything's going my way.
You said feeling.
I keep on going till I'm told to stop.
You stopped at feeling.
That'll do. Nanny warned me.
That gives Graeme a choice of which word he wants to
hell
say.
is going to be something like this.
It is something like this.
Feeling,
Feeling, yes, he stopped. It was
groovy. Ba-dum, boom, boom.
Boom, boom.
Goes the heart, my heart.
We finished with boom.
Don't we all?
Which boom? Which boom? Boom. Said Daisy. Said Daisy.
Give me your answer, do.
Do what you done before.
Before.
We're just chalking it on the blackboard, listeners.
Right, time's up. That gives that particular round to Tim and Willie. There's only one thing. Our computer says that Barry Cryer was disqualified about 10 minutes ago.
For boring.
For inventing a song.
No, never.
Some people have got rich
It was that one that the audience joined in on. It doesn't exist.
What did I invent?
And we're going on to the late arrivals team.
This morning's
where I
Crescent
sit back and
Vendetta.
enjoy a brief rest.
Don't be too sure.
While the teams give their announcements for the late arrivals at the Travellers' Ball. The Travellers' Ball.
We've got some foreign visitors. There's the Sikh Ruse and the Paki Jollity.
Lord Hume and his brother, Dr. Livingston Ypres Hume.
He promised to come with me. Oh, well.
A lot of people don't know that Graeme and his friend Thomas go around the country in a caravan. It's a good relationship. Graeme Gardens and Thomas Cooks.
But more appropriately, will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Pelago and their son from Athens, Greek archipelago.
Oh, there are the Trouser Brothers, too long and too loose.
And here comes Sam Arkand and Maddie Gasker. Pity they couldn't stay. I don't know, though.
Oh, will you welcome from Ireland, please, those famous mint sweet manufacturers, the Opolos, and their son, Mark Opolo.
All the way from India, will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Calcutta and their son, Black Olaf Calcutta. Always a popular arrival.
At this point...
Will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Opal and their son, Konstantin Opal. Oh, I'm sorry, Istanbul, not Konstantin Opal.
Well, his sister knows. I'll ask her. What? Oh, there's Afghanistan.
There's Mr. and Mrs. Orker and their daughters Min and Madge.
And the Gratian family, Immy, Emmy and Mai.
Closely related to the Asians and their son Peregrine. Oh, and Penny Farthing's just come in. With her Chinese friend Rick Shaw.
And my sedan chair.
There's Mr. and Mrs. Islands and their sons Gilbert and Ellis Islands.
And their drunken friend Taiwan On.
And animal lovers will welcome Mr. and Mrs. Holland and their hamster, Dan.
Oh, there's Mama Nels and Dada Nels.
Motherland and Fatherland and their daughter Maryland,
Hello, Arizona.
Well, with Graeme and Barry racing away in unassailable...
We see the white flag.
Go.
So as the game continues, we leave you at home.
Hello, Florida.
Join them at home.
Goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and William Rushton were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sells setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Geoffrey Perkins.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, an antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to the programme. First of all, a reminder for those of you attempting to join in with these games at home to pull the curtains before you start. While the BBC curtains are being closed, let me introduce the two teams, Barry Cryer and Graeme Garden on my left. And Willie Rushton and Tim Brooke-Taylor on my right. Well, those of you at home should have started scoring by now, so let's give the teams in the studio a chance to catch up with the first round, which is the one that's called Censored Songs. I'm going to ask each of you to sing a song, and during the song it will be your task to censor by means of a buzzer any words you consider will outrage public decency or frighten the horses. And we're going to start with you, Tim and Willie, and your song is Seven Brides for Seven Brothers.
A medley of.
A medley of, right.
Ding dong, ding-a-ling dong, were the steeple bells ever quite so gay? Wonderful, wonderful. Bless you're beautiful, wherever you may be. We ain't yet, but I'm willing to bet you're the gal for me. Bless you're beautiful, you're just as good as... Don't know your name, but I'm mistaken my bless your is crossed. Going. Oh, which sets your senses in a whirl. Going. Tooting up to go and a girl. Oh, it's fun to shoot a gun. Or to a rabbit on the run. And it's twice as sporting going. Oh, the barnyard is busy in a regular tizzy, and the obvious reason is because of the season. My nature's lyrical with her yearly miracle.
Right, and with Colin Sell at the piano providing the accompaniment again for you, Barry and Graeme, you're going to sing...
It's a selection.
It's a selection from
yes.
The Wizard of Oz.
We're off to the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. We hear he is a whiz, if ever a whiz there was. If ever there was, the Wizard of Oz is one because of the wonderful he does. I could while away the hours, conferring with the flowers, consulting with the rain. And I'd be scratching while my eyes be hatching if I only had a somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds, birds over the rainbow. Why then, oh why can't I? If happy little bluebirds beyond the rainbow, why, oh, why can't I?
Well, by the applause of the audience, Graeme and Barry slightly ahead on that round. We go on to a round which is... Oh, no, we don't.
Who's in the chair next week?
Who's in the chair this week?
This is... Before we go on to that round, I must tell you, teams, that you must think up late arrivals for the Drunkard's Ball. And I shall ask you to announce them later.
Relevant.
The Drunkard's Ball.
Can we use real names?
I'd never mention you on the programme.
Now we actually do go on to the next round, which is called a right pair. In this round, one team pretends to be a pair of something.
We've cast them.
Something like Hammer and Tongs or Marshall and Snellgrove. And they give the other team a clue, and the other team have 10 questions in which to guess. And our audience here in the studio is being informed of this on a blackboard, and you listening at home will hear our mystery voice.
Stuff and nonsense.
And that describes what Barry and Graeme are going to do. Barry and Graeme, you're going to start giving your clues right away.
We're abstract.
We're very abstract.
Barry, are you the first of the two?
Yes, I am, yes.
Always would be. Knew it would be. Are you mineral?
Could be.
You're very abstract.
Very abstract.
Mineral as you can get for an abstract.
Are you hot or cold?
Hot? Oh, yes, hot would be rather more of a help.
He is hot.
I could be either, but hottish.
I'm thinking hell and high water. I can't see Graeme handling high water.
You have 8 questions left.
Graeme, what are you?
I'm...
It's worth a try.
Nearly got me. Oh, dodgy moment.
I can't answer the question. You have 7 questions.
We've got 7 to go.
Luckily you didn't hear that.
Barry?
Yes,
I have a derogatory phrase.
I used to be, a long, long time ago, people used to utter this in a pejorative context. Or wherever they happened to be at the time. Not so much nowadays. It wouldn't be regarded as derogatory. Next week I shall be talking about it.
Tim, you've got 6 left.
Graeme, are you above or below the waist?
At the moment.
In his case.
I was going to say something there. No, I can't really do it on radio. In my persona of the abstract word, of course, being above and below the waist is a question of a load of rubbish, really.
Is it an expression we would use about you?
When you hear what it is, yes.
Now you have 4 questions left.
I don't think we're getting very near this, are we?
No. Go home,
huh? Let me tell you that the audience might have applauded Graham's last utterance. Yeah. Graeme referred to your last question as a load of rubbish. Work on that line. I think we're going to have to ask Barry and Graeme to tell you.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Oh.
What?
Just got there.
Too late.
Too late.
Too late. Humphrey already wound up that round.
Yes.
No, I think you just got in under the bell. All right, I'm ahead of the what now? Right, Tim and Willie. Now you have an abstract, not an abstract, but a pair to denote. Now it's being written up on the board.
Fingers do the chalking.
And here it is. Here's this pair for you listening at home.
Princess Anne and Mark Phillips.
Now,
Ting along.
we'll allow you a free question, Barry and Graeme, and I'll ask them whether it's abstract or whatever the opposite is.
It's the opposite.
It's the opposite.
The opposite of abstract. Right, where you go, Barry?
It's tangible.
Highly.
Can't we have animal, vegetable, or mineral?
Tangible.
Or anything
You can
like
have
that?
whatever you
Touch
like,
and go.
Barry.
But it'll cost 1 mark each.
Oh,
One
well,
question
we'll leave
each.
that out.
So they're done.
I got some tips from a win. Unsmokable. Now, well, we're off to a racing start here.
A clue.
Is the... oh, no, who shall I ask?
What? Why did they
I'll ask
have that?
Willie. It's a motor racing context.
Motor racing unofficially.
Unofficially motor racing. Is it another sort of racing officially?
No.
You've got 7 questions left.
Racing of a sort was
Don't
helpful,
hurry up,
but it
I'll
wasn't
Racing
motor
of a sort.
If you don't hurry up, I'll have to
Horses.
dock you time for it.
It's a double to do with horses.
Well, it's sticking your neck out since you just had a clap on that already.
They have a multitude of other interests.
5 to go.
I'm a pioneer.
They have a multitude of other interests.
Fet and lock.
A couple to do with horses. Not the names of horses. Parts of horses. Physical parts of horses.
In a strange roundabout way, but not really.
Personally, I've never been round that way, but...
Neck and crop area. Not physical parts of horses.
No, don't run through the parts of horses now.
We can tell you that we are people.
You are people.
Oh, you are people.
Oh, well done.
Three questions left.
No, not Shanks and Pony, no.
Tim, are you a male person?
Yes. Is that a question or just a sort of private?
Private
2
inquiry.
questions left.
Will we blow the female person on Willie? I mean, is it...
Do we know it? Ah!
Yes, no need to bother.
1 question
Princess
left.
Anne and Mark Phillips.
How sweet. Good Lord.
Very good, but as Tim and Willie had a clear round, let's put that slightly ahead.
That's
Now we
abstract.
come to the popular game, and it's getting more and more popular as the weeks go by, Mornington Crescent. And this time, teams, pay attention, this time, yellow only counts above the line.
Oh.
And we'll start, I think,
great.
on the right here with Willie Rushton.
Above the line, sorry, did you say?
Yellow only counts above the line.
And I'm perfectly safe with Old Brompton Road.
Humph. Yellow? Old Brompton Road?
No.
No.
No?
No.
No way!
Fetter Lane.
Morden.
Pardon?
Morden.
Fleet Street.
Oh.
Archway.
Broad Street.
Mornington Crescent.
Oh.
Walked into that one.
Yes.
Yes. Very nice.
Oh.
Well, very
Lambs
good.
to the slaughter.
Got
And
to
Tim
admit,
and Willie
I
win
took a
that one
dive.
too.
I'll let you in there.
Excellent. Hate to say.
Still, there's a chance to catch up next week. We go on to words of one song to tune of another, which is a rather cryptic way of saying that I want each of you teams to sing the words of one song to the tune of another. The tune will be provided on the piano by Colin himself. Graeme Garden now. Your words are The Lambeth Walk, and your tune is Land of Hope and Glory.
Any time your Lambeth way, any evening, any day, you'll find us all doing the Lambeth Lambeth Wall. All together now. Every little Lambeth girl
Richard Baker's just
with
popped out.
a little Lambeth gal. You'll find them all doing the Lambeth Walk. Everything free and easy. Do as you're done well, please.
Again.
It's your turn, Tim, now. Your words are leaning on a lamppost.
Go over and get them.
Speaking of which, can I have 5 minutes?
And the tune is, I am the very model of a modern Major General.
Leaning on a lamp, may you think I look a tramp. Oh, you may think I'm hanging round to steal a cab. No, I'm not a crook, and if you think that's what I look, I'll tell you why I'm here and what my motives are. I'm leaning on a lamppost at the corner of the street in case a sudden little lady comes by. Oh, me oh my, I hope that little lady comes by.
She'll get away. She doesn't always get away.
One more time.
No, she's out of bed again.
I hope the little lady is not the first that I would wait for. But this one I'd break any day for. I won't have to ask what she's late for. Oh, stop.
That wasn't even Gilbert O'Sullivan.
Since the audience was obviously overcome with that rendering, that means another round to Tim and Willie.
Oh.
We're now going to do the game Ad-Lib Poem, in which the teams are going to make up a poem with some small assistance from myself. Each team member must keep going after I give them the opening line until I press the buzzer, like that, and then a member of the opposing team must take over. This goes on until the natural artistic conclusion is reached, or unless my buzzer short-circuits. Now, the first line of the poem, and I'm going to give it to Tim Brooke-Taylor to start, is this. It was early in the morning when a gang of racecourse nobblers...
They were all, in fact, shoemakers. You might even call them cobblers. They went round to Epsom to find the horses there.
Then found that it was shut, so decided to go elsewhere. They finished up at Kempton on a very rainy day.
With a bucket full of hypodermics covered with light hay.
Needle in a haystack.
For the one they sought to nobble was the favourite in the derby. Oh, good.
It was so funny, it could have been written by John Esmond and Bob Larby. They took...
What about Russell
Well-known television writers. Writers of The Good Life, Get Some In, another very successful series, sorry.
Thank you very much. They took their nefarious bucket around to the back of the racetrack, but lost their hypodermic, like a needle in a haystack. Oh, subtle stuff, what? On the lookout for the favourite, they hurried round the stables.
But they tripped over on their faces across the TV cables. For the next day, the race was to begin. It was a famous race. And round the corner, they did scurry.
I'm finished yet. 2 minutes silence for sketch.
Go ahead, Tim. It's all right.
Carrying their case. For in this case, as you must know... You always tell he's panicking when he gets louder. For in this case, as you must know...
If anyone sees the poem, will they hand it in, please?
Sorry, Tim, I didn't hear that.
I'm sorry.
Will you repeat? Barry, don't interrupt.
I'm sorry.
Please.
But before they got to the racehorse, they decided to have a binge.
But when they got in the stable, 'twas enough to make a man cringe.
No, we've had binge and cringe and syringe already.
Don't interrupt him.
Don't interrupt, please. Where are the runners, they all cried. Where can all the runners be? And someone came up and said, they're at Shoreham on the sea.
They jumped into their limousine and rushed down to the coast.
There enjoyed a charming tea of crumpet and buttered toast. But they went back to the station to return to Epsom Downs.
And they were now all worried men, their faces creased with frowns. For the race would start at 2:30, and 10 past it was right now. Their problem was to get there.
And all they had was a cow. Another form of transport they tried to find just then, and they were very lucky, because along came a hen. Cluck, cluck it went, and cluck again, because that's what chickens do.
And cluck, 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 and cluck, cluck, cluck. You must agree, it's true. But then they finally realized their plan was yet stillborn. They couldn't travel anywhere because their big end's gone.
Well, the winner of that one, artistically and in every other way, was Barry Cryer, which gives them at least one round.
At least.
Yes. And we go on to the next round, which is Sounds Peculiar, in which we give each member of each team a sound effect, and he has to identify it. And I will award him marks as to how accurate his identification is. And we start with you, Tim. Here's your sound effect.
A mass christening of the London Symphony Orchestra.
10 out of 10.
I'd like to apologise to Mr. Cohen, the third violinist.
Okay, Barry Cryer, here's your sound effect.
The Morse of the Year show.
Puts me on the spot because that was rather better than Tim's. 12 out of 10.
Oh!
Willie Rushton, here's your sound effect.
That's R2-D2 Vindaloo.
I'd like to check on that. Can we have the sound effect once again, please?
Oh. Last cries of Daft Ada.
Oh, can we have the bill, please?
It can't have been anything else. It's got to have been.
No wonder there are no other customers left.
Right, here's your sound effect, Graeme Gardner.
Chapati's over.
That must have been Captain Mark Phillips getting the milk.
And we won't bother to hear that one again.
No. Give me R2-D2 again.
Teams, we've come up to the last round now when I invite you to give your late arrivals for the drunkard's ball. And I'll tell you before you start that the score is absolutely level. And therefore, there's all to play for.
Will you welcome, please?
Oh, yeah.
To the drunkard's ball. Alpha Pintabilla.
Oh, dear.
And his son, Shandy.
Will you please? Oh,
no, please.
Oh, sorry, I'm just going to be sick outside.
You just reminded me of something. There's the famous guitarist Segovia Carpet.
Yeah, hot from the newsroom, the legless family.
with their son, Why Dryden Legless.
Mr. and Mrs. Tazanute. And their son, Piers. And his parrot, Littick.
Mr. and Mrs. Steerabitters and their son, Angus.
Oh, there's Titus Andronicus.
So it is.
Here come the Riam Treemens and their daughter Delilah Riam. The hair of the Samson will put her right.
Mr. and Mrs. Another One Pleash and their son, Oliver Another One Pleash. Mr. and Mrs. Pink Elephants Flying Around the Room, Or Am I Drunk? And their son, Arthur Pink Elephants Flying Around the Room.
All the way from South America.
Ah, welcome.
Mr. and Mrs. Overday 8 and their son Juan Overday. Oh, look, there's Duncan Disorderly. With Wild Bill Hiccup. Oh, there's Annie Briate.
Oh, she's with Alcoholic, too.
And their daughter, Brenda Liza.
Will you welcome some...
I'm sorry.
No, sorry.
No, after you, please.
No, please.
Swing door jammed.
Yes. Welcome some little people, please. The Teeny Biancos and their mother, Martini Bianco.
Mr. and Mrs. Sott with their daughter, who's still waiting outside in a cab, known to us all as In Taxi Kate.
Will you please welcome some rather spoiled, sportish people. Mr. and Mrs. You're Not Going to Have Another One, and their daughter, Shirley, You're Not.
Oh, my favourite girl, Hetty Percent Proof. And, of course, a distinguished visitor from the court of King Arthur, Sir Osis of the Liver.
At which point, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you, well, you won't need to know, those of you who've been keeping the score at home, that you've won.
There's Mr. and Mrs. Fort and their auntie, fine old Ruby.
And that owl. Tawny.
Not to mention Mr. and Mrs. Policella and their daughter Val Policella. Exchanging a joke with Crystal Cream. No.
Well, as you realise, one or two more marks have been scored during that exchange, but they don't really make any difference to the score, so I'll say from all of us this week, goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and William Rushton were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sells setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Geoffrey Perkins.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is David Firman, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Hello and welcome to the programme that prompted John Logie Baird to invent television. The two teams are Barry Cryer and Graeme Garden. And Tim Brooke-Taylor and Jonathan Lynn. Jonathan Lynn, being the newcomer, is the only one, including myself, who knows the rules. The scoring today will be slightly different, as we're now using the international rules as agreed under the Geneva Convention. Right. And the first game we have is one that's called Last Episode. And this is the one where I ask the teams in order to put the last nail in the coffin of a long-running radio or television series and to close it in one line. We're going to start with you, Graeme Garden. And will you put the last line for Washington Behind Closed Doors? Thank you, Graeme. And incidentally, that was David Firman who played the theme tune. Tim, your show is The Two Ronnies. Finish that off.
So it's good night from me, and it's good night from her. Oh, what a giveaway.
Barry, yours is slightly unnecessary, but I want you to put the final coup de grace to the Eurovision Song Contest.
Now over to Angela. Thank you, be Dad, be Jesus. And now, now the German entry coming on the stage. It's Heinz Kleinkraut with the Horst Wessel song.
And Jonathan Lynn, your one is Enemy at the Door.
Frog. Oh, no.
Boo! Right, well, level pegging so far, and now where I'm going to ask the teams to think up announcements for late arrivals later on in the programme. Late arrivals at the Vets Ball.
Vets.
Vets.
Vets Ball.
Now a game called Good News, Bad News, and this is where one team has to announce a piece of good news and the others have to provide the accompanying bad news. We go back and forth between the good news and the bad news until I press the buzzer, which is about the best news that you'll hear. And we're going to start now with you, Graeme.
Good news, my wife has changed her appearance.
The bad news is she's growing a moustache.
The good news is in our window box.
Bad news is she's grown a geranium on her upper lip.
And the good news is it won first prize at the Chelsea Clash.
Yeah, well, we'll give you the first prize for that. And Graeme, we're going to ask you to start again, as you were so brilliant in that last round.
Oh, I know. The good news is that David Frost has just proposed marriage.
Bad news is Princess Margaret has turned him down.
The good news is Richard Nixon's accepted him on the rebound.
The bad news is Richard doesn't want children.
The good news is neither does David.
The bad news is it's too late anyway.
I'll press my buzzer again. Okay, Barry, you start it off now.
We'll go deaf.
Yes. The good news is it stopped raining.
Oh, fascinating. Where does he get them? Buddy, you know? It's the way he tells us.
Do leave off
Bad
that.
news. Bad news is it always does just before an earthquake.
The good news is I'm flying out of the country in a minute.
The bad news is the earthquake is going to be at Heathrow Airport.
Never mind all that. The the good news is Freddie Laker has introduced cheap flights to Australia.
The bad news is Freddie Lake has also introduced cheap flights from Australia.
He's settling in well. Too well.
The good news is that Nicholas Parsons is retiring.
The bad news is he's going into show business.
Good news, there's a human cannonball.
Bad news, he's just been fired.
Bless him.
bad news?
Won't hear a word against him.
I think the best thing, teams, is for you to tell me when you want to stop.
We're begging
We want to
all the way
stop. Yes, we
through.
want to stop.
Because ever since that crack about Princess Margaret, we've been off the air anyway.
That wasn't the Princess Margaret.
No.
God bless her.
And we go on to the round which we called sound charades. And I want your attention. This is so complicated. Because what happens is that I'm going to ask one team to make noises, and the other team has to guess what those noises mean. And the audience is let into the secret by our secret voice, and the audience in the studio has a blackboard. We used to have a special kind of electronic machine here, but times are hard. And they'll be told what the answer is on that. It'll either be a play, a book, a film, or whatever. I'm going to start with you, Tim and Jonathan, and we'd like to know whether it's a film or a book or TV or what.
Well, it's a film as far as I know. I don't know if there is a book of it.
Well, it doesn't matter.
I think there is, but it'd be a follow-up book.
Okay.
I would imagine.
And for you listening at home, here it is.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
I'm sorry, we weren't listening. What was that?
Sorry, we weren't talking.
Oh.
Right.
15 all.
Right, if you tell them how many words, please, Tim.
I think it's 6.
6.
Yes.
6. And it's a film.
Yes. Mainly.
Right, let's have your charade.
Oh, that was a near thing. Whoa, so was that. Oh, so was that.
3 flew over the cuckoo's nest.
Seagulls over Sorrento.
Poor old Sorrento.
Starring George Seagull.
Albert Ross.
And Albert Ross. Yes. Sorry.
Time's up.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. 6 words. No.
I know what it is. It was Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yeah. And Graeme and Barry, you're going to do another one now. And this one, I happen to know, is a film. And for you listening at home, this is what it is.
The Cane Mutiny.
And a book, wasn't it?
And a book as well.
There's a book, yes. The play was called something different.
Might have been a TV too, mightn't it?
And it was also a takeaway Chinese meal.
Sorry.
How many letters?
Can we just have a recap?
How many letters?
How many words?
We don't get any mail on this programme.
How many words, Barry?
A film based on a play based on a book,
Yes.
and the play was called something different.
The play was called something different, just to help you.
How many words?
3. Including
Whatever
an article.
Lola wants.
Pardon?
No. Just
Oh.
turn.
Okay, let's have your charade.
Trying to do an unknown
I'll
winner.
start. Now I'm going to give all of you 6 of the best.
You're not caning me,
No,
sir.
don't come near me with that cane.
I'll have none of that cane, sir. You'll have a mutiny on your head.
Whatever you do not cane us mutineers.
We mutineers say no more cane. Cane? Mutiny.
Mutiny on the Bounty.
Nearly.
Nearly.
So near.
Raising Cain. No.
Cain and Abel.
Sugar.
We're getting near.
Sugar. Cain.
Think of cane and mutiny.
But don't get misled.
The mutinous Cain.
The mutineers, Cain. Could we hear it again?
No.
Oh.
I think we have to give up on this, don't you, Tim?
Do it again, Paul.
How many words was it?
3.
It's obviously not the Cain mutiny, otherwise...
Would you like to do it again? Do it again for them. Barry and Graeme, do it again for them. They're a little bit slow.
Hello, Graeme.
Hello, Barry Opie.
Nice to see you.
Well, I'm certainly not going to cut any more of this sugar-bearing crop.
Cain mutiny?
Yes!
Well, why didn't you do it in the first place?
You can't win them all.
Sorry, I thought you said school for scandal. Sorry.
That round leaves Graeme and Barry struggling a bit, but it's early days yet.
They all say that, sir.
I don't believe that.
I don't mind what you believe. We're going on to the next round. And it's that old favourite, Mornington Crescent. And teams,
a breath
the
of
wild...
sanity.
Oh, thank goodness.
Listen, teams, the wild letter is M.
M.
Oh, great.
M for Mornington Crescent Hall.
M.
No, M generally. Who's starting? Sorry.
Oh, I don't mind.
Would you like to start?
Jonathan, start this one.
Gloucester Walk.
Ooh.
Euston Road.
Cricklewood Broadway.
Crickle.
Cricklewood.
Oh, Wood.
There's
sorry, I
no
didn't-
M there.
Oxford Street.
Pardon?
Oxford Street. No, you think about it.
Oxford
I know what
Circus.
you're thinking there.
Oxford Circus.
Pall Mall.
Lavender Hill.
The Mall. Oh. Oh. No.
Oh, you've done.
Stop it,
Morningside
stop it.
Drive.
You know it. It's Mornington
Primrose Hill.
Deansgate, Manchester.
Mornington Crescent.
Yes.
Yes, Barry.
Is that actually... I suppose it is fair, yeah.
Well, there's
No,
a tense
because-
moment in the middle of that game, but
Because John
Barry
didn't do
won
it
that
last time
one.
round.
And we come to the section which is called Blues. This is where one of the teams gives the opposite team a topic for a blues. I want you to start singing the blues, Barry and Graeme. Will you give them a topic, please, Tim and Jonathan?
Yes. The Psychiatrist Couch Blues.
The Psychiatrist Couch Blues.
I woke up this morning thinking I was a dog. Ouch. I said, ouch, man, you hear me say ouch, then ouch, ouch. So I rushed off to the psychiatrist right away with great dispatch, 'cause I ain't no slouch. With the greatest dispatch. With the greatest dispatch. You ain't no slouch. Ain't no slouch. Get up on my couch, said the psychiatrist. I said, I ain't allowed upon the couch.
Of course, I think I'm a dog.
Too glossy.
Okay, Barry and Graeme, give a topic now for Tim and Jonathan.
Broadcasting Parliament.
Excellent.
Well, I woke up this morning.
Ah, yes, you did.
I listened to the broadcasting of Parliament on the BBC.
Quite right, too, son.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, they were shouting about education. Woo! And whether or not it should be free. It should be free, brothers. It should be free.
Ah, it should be free. Ah,
Then they had to adjourn the debate.
When their mummies and daddies came to take them home for tea.
Oh, yeah.
A brave attempt.
Well, Barry and Graeme win that round, judging from the applause of the
Yes,
audience.
yes.
And I think we should have
So
some
true.
applause for David Firman. Providing
Only
it
man
now
who can
transpires
bowl.
that David Firman has won that round. He got more applause than either of you. Right. Now, teams, this is where I ask you to announce your late arrivals for the Vets Ball. It's an open contest. Anyone can start.
So open, there was a draft.
Will you welcome, please? If you can bring yourself so
Good on faces, no good on names.
Mr. and Mrs. Yuncat and their son, Perth Yuncat. Oh, he didn't stay long.
If you welcome, please, before anybody else brings him in, Mr. and Mrs. Malhusbandry and their daughter Annie Malhusbandry.
Oh, there's Mr. and Mrs. Harriet and their son, James. Clever, that one. Clever,
Mr.
think
Mrs.
about it.
Mr. and Mrs. Martins and their son, Bob.
Mr. Mr. and Mrs. Bees and their twin sons, Wally Bees and Ray Bees.
Also from Australasia, Mr. and Mrs.
What do you mean, all
Well, Wally Bees.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Guru and their son Ken Guru. Mr. and Mrs. Nian and their son from Britain, Pommy Ray Nian. And his duck, Bill de Platypus.
And also from Australia, Mr. and Mrs. Matosis and their daughter Mitzi Matosis.
We have a lot to blame the colonies for.
And her chum, Anthrax.
Welcome, please, the widow, Mrs. Clare, this animal unfit to run, and her daughter, Ida Clare, this animal unfit to run.
And also Mr. and Mrs. Min Deficiency Anemia, and their daughter, Vitamin Deficiency Anemia. And from America, Mr. and Mrs. Ringe, and their son, Cy Ringe.
And from Ricelip, Mr. and Mrs. Potamus, and their dropout son, the hippie Potamus.
Oh, there's George Shearing and his wife Sheep.
Mr. and Mrs. Wobbles, and their dog, the collie Wobbles.
And here's Mr. and Mrs. Samuel Taylor Coleridge and their parrot, Keats.
Excellent.
From Russia, Mr. and Mrs. Eddie Hours, and their son, Serge Eddie Hours.
Oh, there's Ivor Gelding. Sorry.
Mr. and Mrs. Sation and their son, Al.
Mr. and Mrs. Russell Terrier and their son, Jack.
Oh, I thought he came with me. Never mind.
I think this is
Mr. and Mrs. has two humps as opposed to a camel. And their son, the musician, drummer Terry, has two humps.
Oh, be upstanding, please. Her worship, the mayor.
Is that it?
I think it's probably the first time since this series started that nobody seems to have scored any marks at all. So, ladies and gentlemen...
Eric Heffer? Oh, no.
Until next time, from all of us, goodbye.
Harry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and Jonathan Lynn were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with David Firman setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Jeffrey Perkins.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Thank you. Welcome once again to the programme that's been compared to the Irish stuntman who tried to jump 15 motorbikes in a double-decker bus. Later on in the programme, you'll be able to hear the closing signature tune, but before that, let me introduce the two teams. Tim Brooke-Taylor and William Rushton on my right. Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer on my left.
Happy birthday, Humph.
Now, to get this week's session off to a really roaring start, we're going to start with that popular game, Mornington Crescent. And as usual, teams, a special rule applies, and that is that diagonal moves are excluded when green is face downwards. Have you got that?
Oh, great.
Green is face down.
Downwards.
Due to the demise of opportunity knocks.
Barry, you seem to be in good form, so you better start this round.
Savile Row.
Mornington Crescent.
Oh, God.
I warned you, Barry, about Green being face downwards. You just... you didn't notice it.
Paid attention to narking about with Huey Green.
I'm sorry.
Narking about like
Sorry.
a giddy goat.
Right.
Sorry.
Now, this is where I introduce a
Oh,
round that's played at the end of the programme, and I give the teams time to think of silly names for people arriving at the Shakespearean ball.
Shakespearean ball?
The Shakespearean ball.
It's very productive.
Those of you who like to play this game at home can start thinking now.
Please phone in.
And we go on to sound charades. And in this game, as you know, one team has to make noises and the other team must guess what they mean. The audience are let into the secret and can help by applauding. And please applaud the team that's guessing and not the one that's doing the charade. And you can applaud when they're getting warmer, and you can do the other thing when they're getting colder. Right. Graeme and Barry, you're going to do a charade first. The audience in the studio has shown what it is on the board. Meanwhile, the mystery voice will tell you at home.
Privates on parade.
Will you tell Tim and Willie how many words?
3.
And is it a play, a film, or a book, or what?
It's a play.
Play.
Right.
3 words.
It's an elastic definition.
We're doing them all at
Right, will you do your charade now?
Right, here's the sound shot.
Whoa! Dave! Right!
All right, lads, very funny. Put them away.
It's a musical based on the life of Mr. Rent-A-Kill.
Or Privates on Parade, as we call it.
Oh! So near.
Very good.
So near.
So warm that was.
Yeah.
8
So
marks
near.
with only 1 time fault, so that's...
Lord of the Flies, actually.
7 marks. Tim and Willie, you have a charade coming up now. The audience is being shown it on the board, and the mystery voice will tell you listening at home.
The Goodbye Girl.
And Tim and Willie, will you tell them how many words and whether it's a book or a film or a play?
3 words.
And a film.
To our knowledge, it's only a film.
Go ahead.
Gerard, then.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be off then. Well, arrivederci.
Yes, yes.
Au revoir.
Yes, certainly.
Well,
Yes.
toodle pip.
Yes. I think I've got my trousers on, actually. That's irrelevant, though. Just en passant. Yes.
Well, I better make myself scarce then.
Yes.
Is there any chance of seeing...
Yeah,
no. Do you want my phone? No.
No.
Well, try then.
Yes.
I'll push along.
Push away, yes.
This only costs 3p, you know.
Stick to the script, will you?
It's a different version. Oh. This only costs 3p.
They've lost me now.
But I got it
Hoist
up
a flag
until
when you
then.
finish, please.
Right.
They've finished.
Well,
They've finished, right. Well, it was so easy, it was a bit embarrassing. It's the big sleep. Well, it was for us, anyway. 3p.
3p, I don't see
3p,
what that
I
has
don't
to do
get
with
that
the
at all.
Goodbye
I'm going to
Girl at
buzz
all.
in a minute. 3p, I did.
It's the Goodbye Girl.
Yes.
You get an
That
extra
was a
10...
new one. That was the Goodbye. B-U-Y.
Goodbye, 3p.
This only
Play on
costs
words.
3p.
I missed that.
Goodbye.
I thought it was the long goodbye, you see.
Yeah.
I was on the wrong tack. Yes,
Yeah, I thought it was...
Because Tim was doing a high voice, but, he usually does. And
3p, I thought you were...
You lose 10 points, Tim and Willie, for
Well,
having been
excellent,
hissed in an unprecedented manner by the audience.
It's a very hissed audience.
And we go back to Graeme and Barry because, fools that we are, we're going to try another round of that. And Graeme and Barry, you're going to do a charade, and it's being written up on the board now for the studio audience, and here's the mystery voice to tell you at home.
Ben-Hur.
Right, Graeme and Barry, is it a film, a play, or a what?
Oh,
I'll repeat the question.
It's best known as a film, really. 2 words. Have you heard about Ben?
What?
Had the operation?
No. Never.
Yes.
Really? No going back, is there?
No going back. Not a lot of going forward either.
The flower pot woman.
Had the operation. Ben.
Quick, you see, that's so quick.
Absolutely brilliant. And now, to round off this game, Tim and Willie are going to do a charade, which is being shown to the audience in the studio. And for you listening at home, here's the mystery voice once again.
And God created woman.
I warn you doing your charade, Tim and Willie, that prison sentences will be awarded in some circumstances.
4 words.
And is it a book or a film?
It's a film.
Do your charade now, please.
Well, that's him done. Looks a bit boring. What shall I do next? This is more like it.
Typecasting.
A bit there. Oh, I like that. Another bit there. Don't need that bit. Well, there you are.
Where?
That's very good. It must be and God
Wait a minute,
created
they
woman.
Well interrupted, Graeme.
I'll be off then. Sure. Arrivederci.
It's a wonderful Bridget Bardot you're doing.
Oh, you noticed.
So with that interruption, Graeme scores
Listeners can't
25
see.
points, and naturally enough, Tim and Willie, therefore, are ahead on aggregate. We go to the next game, in which Colin Sell will accompany the teams, and I want each of you in turn to sing the words of one song to the tune of another. Tim Brooke-Taylor, you're going to start, and I want you to sing Loch Lomond to the tune of House of the Rising Sun. And you'll be...
By yon Burnie banks and by yon bonny breeze, where the sun shines bright on Lomond, so much where we do have passed some money happy days on a bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Oh, you'll take the high road, and I'll take the low road, and I'll be in Scotland before me. All the way from Argentina, but trouble it is there, and many hearts necessary. Like man's burden, a bonny banks of Loch Lomond.
That was Wings with the follow-up to Mull of Kintyre. We go over... That leaves you, Graeme Garden, with the unenviable task of singing the words of As Long As He Needs Me to the tune of the Sheik of Araby.
As long as he needs me. Oh yes, he does need me. In spite of what you see.
That's a funny thing.
I'm sure that he needs me.
Bottle glass, bottle glass, bottle glass.
Who else would still, when they've been used so ill, he knows I always will. As long as he needs me. Into the dance. Yeah, as long as he needs me. Oh yes, he does need me. In spite of what you see, I'm sure that he needs me. Who else would love him still when they've been used so ill? He knows I always will, as long as he needs me. Hey! Mr. Graeme Garden, ladies and gentlemen. Hey! Two falls in a submission.
Workers' playtime
And a
game
star
with
is
Joke
born.
Factory, isn't it?
Graeme Garden wins that round, and 3 weeks in Las Vegas. We go on to the game called Initials. And I think I should remind you, as we've only had one game in the whole series that's been contributed by a listener, that this was sent in by Lynn Anderson of Old Coulsdon in Surrey, the idea for this game. I'm going to read each team some abbreviations, and they must tell me what they think each stands for. And they'll all be right, so we can assume that the marks are all full marks on both sides before we start. Graeme, your initials are SSAFA. SSAFA.
FA. Society. Could I table a motion that this game is sent back to Lynn Anderson?
She thinks she's just smart.
Come on, Lynn. SSAFA. Let's hear you.
No, come on, off on the top of your head.
Phone it in. Society for sending Adam Faith away.
I'd like to propose that it has a very small membership. I think. Very good actor.
Yes, there you are, Graeme. That's right. There is also a Soldiers, Sailors and Airmen's Family Association, but we don't want to be concerned with that.
It
Tim,
could
your
it
initials.
could also stand for stutterers are awful.
It could, but it won't on this programme.
More letters in the post.
Right, Tim, your initials. D-O-R-A.
No, TBT.
Graeme?
D-O-R-A, Dora.
Dora, yes.
Very good.
Yeah.
Next.
The spelling round
tell
is
the
next.
listeners, I should tell the listeners and the audience that all these initials are bona fide initials.
Bona fide?
Bona fide. B-O-N-A.
D-O-R-A, the Des O'Connor writes appallingly.
When did he last write to you, may I ask? Yes, D-O-R-A.
Tuesday, since you asked, but I don't know.
The initials used to appear on in cartoons, in old Punch cartoons, when they used to have to write the initials around the hems of various cartoon characters in Punch. Political cartoons, D-O-R-A. It's interesting, that, isn't it?
It is. I don't know how I've struggled along without knowing that.
What did it stand
Bernard
for?
Partridge and all those old fellas. Do you remember?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Ravenhill.
Well, I mean, we'll
And
take
in
your
those
word
days,
for
it meant defence. In those days, it meant Defence of the Realms Act, which was very, very important. Totally forgotten.
Or Dora.
Barry Cryer, here are your initials. R-T-S.
R.T. Shaw.
For the younger listeners. He was once married to Ava Gardner, you know. That's
You
about
younger
equivalent to
listeners?
your political cartoon remarks.
Dora Gardner, wasn't it?
Dora Gardner is married to, I'm sorry.
Younger listeners, this is Barry Cryer.
Hello, wireless chums.
I remember him before he became a Brillo pad.
That's unforgivable.
At least I don't
Barry?
really.
RTS, yes, I
RTS,
remember.
Barry, yes.
I shall ignore this vulgar interpolations. RTS, recycle Tommy Steele. Is that right? Oh,
That's right.
thank you.
That's right. Incidentally, I should tell you, teams, that your marks are being awarded according to audience response.
Oh.
RTS could possibly stand for Religious Tract Society, which comes to
not
roughly
a very
the same
likely
thing.
explanation.
Willie Rushton, NFU.
Same to you, Norman.
Yeah. I wouldn't stand for it.
NFU is National Front Underwear. It's like a Y front, but more violent.
The design is a target on the front, so you know where to aim.
Sort of underpantsers.
dear. And we go on now to the ad-lib poem, and I'm going to ask Barry Cryer. Barry Cryer is going to start this one. Audience, as you know, this is the one where the teams make up a poem. Each team member must keep going until I press the buzzer, and then a member of the opposing team must take over. This goes on until we reach a natural artistic conclusion or the moment of truth. Barry, I'm going to give you a first line, and your poem goes, "There were two men of great renown. Their names were Tim and Willie.
And though they were in fact quite wise, folk thought them somewhat silly, because they would act the fool, they would, and act the giddy goat."
Willie Rushton.
One was tall, blonde, handsome, the other a hairy throat.
I haven't.
But equally distinguished. The girls went mad when they walked down Regent Street, Park Lane, the Strand, or even, say, the Balls Pond Road on Saturdays. You could hear the distant shrieks.
But then he kept them occupied for several boring weeks. And as these two, Willie and Tim, strode out to take the air, the girls would point and shout at them and cry out, "We declare, that must be Willie, charming man, a pride of his whole sex."
Watch it.
Hooray, hooray, we all agree. Sex.
I never rhymed it before.
He reminds me of my old friend Tex. With all that hair upon his face, he really looks quite pleasant. Oh, look, there he's walking by, just into Mornington Crescent.
Well, Tim, you didn't reach an artistic conclusion, but you won the Mornington Crescent. Somewhat belatedly. So you can start another. We'll do another poem now, and we'll do something on a slightly different theme. There were two men of great renown, G. Garden and Barry Cryer.
I say they were of great renown, but I'm a bit of a liar. G. Garden now, he has some talent, that will I avow.
You ask him to do anything, and he always does know how. A versatile chap. A versatile chap, a versatile man. Never, ever confused. You... Except now.
Who always turns the other cheek whenever he's abused.
Not true, but it rhymes.
What most I like about him is his way with a violin.
Always on the fiddle.
Always on the gin.
Snatching victory from our man.
Dear.
God. Let's go straight on now to the game word for word. In this round, one of the members of a team says a word and his partner must say another word totally unconnected with the first, and so on. And the other team may challenge and try and prove a connection. I usually give the teams a word to start with, but I don't really know why, so they can start with any old word they like. And we're going to start now with Tim and Willie. So, Tim, Brooke-Taylor, will you start with any word and take the game up from there?
Trumpet.
Panic.
Slime.
Deck chair.
Polygamy.
Al fresco.
Teutonic.
Curtain.
Paramilitary.
Sunbeam.
Sadistic.
Carpet.
Flea.
Graeme Garden, you have an objection there.
Yes, you can't eat a flea either.
Right. Absolutely right. I wonder you didn't buzz earlier, actually, because there's more al fresco polygamy going on in deck chairs. Anyway, we're going to start with you now. Barry Cryer.
Umbrella.
Hubcap.
Sky.
Cloud.
Oh!
No, it's all right.
I imagine that was
right.
Japanese for
No
cloud,
challenge.
wasn't it?
Savile Row. Oh, no, wait a minute. Sorry. Path.
Poppy.
Lobotomy.
I knew a popular lobotomy, and a wonderful woman she was.
Can you substantiate that?
Not yet. I can bring her in next week.
I'll accept that and hurry on to the next round.
Oh.
And this is the round double feature. And this round takes as its premise the poverty of the international film industry. For economic reasons, new films will have to be remakes of pairs of old films. And I want you to hear the resulting titles, and I shall award points. And who'd like to start this one? It's a free country.
I'd like Tim to start.
Right, Tim Brooke-Taylor, will you start this one?
No, just one will do.
Right, Barry Cryer.
This is a remake of two very successful old films, Humph. The Roman Spring of Mrs. Stone and Meet Me in St. Louis. It's called Stone Me. But that hasn't been finished yet.
They're looking for stones.
Willie Rushton, see whether you can gain the bonus points for coming up
It's a
with something
few
that the
thrown
audience
together.
understands.
There's Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, Sunday Bloody Sunday, Oliver and Read All About It, and it's bloody Oliver Reed's Coming to Dinner Sunday. which could be a remake of To Hell and Back or Oh God.
Right, Graeme Garden, how about you?
Yes, another bunch. They're remaking Frankenstein, Mary Queen of Scots, Return from the Grave, and Journey's End. And they're going to call it Frank and Mary from Gravesend. Not to mention the remake of William Tell, Snow White and Wrong Arm of the Law, which is being remade as William Whitelaw.
Wish you hadn't mentioned it.
The
man who knew too...
Sorry.
Tim, you have one.
The man who knew too much and the shoes of the fisherman, and it's been called Clever Clogs.
Barry, do you want to come back?
No, I've gone.
Not even next week?
Any advance on that? Right. We'll go on to the next one then, which is where I ask the teams to make their announcements for the late arrivals at the Shakespearean Ball.
Oh! Already? Look who I see in the corner. I think it's bad light, is it? Sir Toby Belch? Toby or not Toby? That is the question. Oh, yes, it is. It is Sir Toby Belch, and he's a little bit drunk, but he's not half as tight as Andronicus.
Already we are scraping the bottom family. Well, I should not
Very welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Soft What Light Through Yonder Window Breaks, and their son Bert Soft What Light Through Yonder Window Breaks.
The rest is silence.
With his agent, Izzy Thisadaga.
Mr. and Mrs. Poor Yorick, and their daughter Alice Poor Yorick. John Cleese and his son Pericles.
Oh, there's Mike Ingham for a horse. Closely followed by Stratford Johns and the Avon lady. Paint the mental picture, folks.
Yeah, Stratford upon Avon.
No, I was hoping you wouldn't say that. No, they're just eating Cressida sandwiches.
All the way from South America, Mr. and Mrs. Smoran to the Breachley friends, and their son Juan Smoran to the Breachley friends.
That's extraordinary. His twin brother was about to come.
And there's a couple with no imagination, Mr. and Mrs. Orrow and their triplet sons, Tom Orrow and Tom Orrow and Tom Orrow.
Creeps.
Creeps, yeah.
Why can't people buy British cars? There's Shylock and his Porsche.
Oh, there's Henry VI, Part 1, 2 and 3.
Spent the evening shouting for a mistress quickly.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I wind up
There's
the
the Chinese inventor of the firework, Humph, just in that corner. Bang Quo.
Thank you. Yeah, we've had a message to cheer the teams up. Apparently, they're all laughing like drains at home.
Which reminds me, there's Brutus splashing all over.
We've had another message to say that they've stopped. And this is where we stop, so it's goodbye from all of us till next week. Goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and William Rushton were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin Sells setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Geoffrey Perkins. We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Thank you, and welcome to the 9th programme in this series of I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue. And as regular listeners will know, we've reached the stage where we're down to just 2 teams, and they'll be battling today for the chance to meet each other in the final next week. They are representing Land's End and Potter's Bar, William Rushton and Tim Brooke-Taylor. And representing Wembley Park and all stations to Stanmore, Barry Cryer and Graeme Garden. A recent London flop was said by one critic to leave the British musical still floundering at the foot of the table. Presumably he knew what he was talking about. In this, our first round, the teams are invited to come up with their own ideas for a typical British musical. And we'll start with you, Barry Cryer.
British musical. Hello, Dollis Hill. More musical bent. Oh, Cahampton. With hit songs in it. Surrey with the fringe on top. Oh, what a beautiful Mornington Crescent. Very Tory folk should stick together.
Willie.
I was thinking of doing the Cyril Lord story, but I couldn't think of any carpet jokes.
Well, you could. Go on.
No, I can't. No, I thought that Dennis Hull was a possible for a musical.
Definitely.
Called Anyone for Dennis, and have things like the Ref song. Or I'm Singing in the Drought. It ends up in exciting moments when he does the anniversary vault. I couldn't think of anything else.
Right, Graeme Garden.
Howell's Things in Glockamorrow.
Howls of mirth.
That's why he walks like that, I think.
Singing in the Drought was funny. How about one about after the King and I? You've got to have one about our royal family, my husband and I.
Excellent.
Songs like Hello, Young Horses, and Shall We Prance, and The March of Master Peter Phillips. Things like that.
Getting to jump you. No. On a clear round, you can see forever.
We kiss in the stables.
Nay, nay, nay.
Your turn, Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Well, I thought the recent bread strike would be a good subject for a British musical. They're all disconnected in little pieces, so I thought I'd call it Crumbs. And there's songs like Loaf is a Many Splendid Thing. Now, what else have they got? They all the girls in the bread factory. They stand around the drum where the flour is, so that they can sing the flour drum song.
Mother's pride has been handed down to
Which is the hit song from this musical. Remember that?
Hostess with the toastest.
Once I had a secret loaf. Crust
Right.
in me.
The bun in the oven. That's the
Tim Brooke-Taylor wins that round, and this is where This is where I tell you, teams, that you've got to be thinking from now on of your late arrivals for the musicians' ball. The late arrivals at the musicians' ball. We'll come to that at the end. And now, by one of those happy coincidences, we're going to have a musical round. Teams, I want you to sing a snatch of grand opera from a selected passage which I'll give you, and it will be accompanied by Colin at the piano. And for this season at Glyndebourne, Graeme and Barry, I want you to sing mother-in-law jokes.
I missed the train.
I won't say my mother-in-law's fat, but when my father-in-law carried her over the threshold, he had to make 2 trips.
I riposte. I won't say that my mother-in-law is fat, but she once fell on the floor and rocked herself to sleep trying to get up.
It's amazing how far the human skin will stretch.
True.
I won't say my mother-in-law's fat butt. You should say her fat butt. But when she walks down the street, the weighing machines jump back into the doorways.
And when she sits around the house, she really sits around the house. But I digress.
You're not wrong, Squire.
I won't say my mother-in-law is fat, but her vital statistics are 73.
You astound me.
58.
You are putting me on.
109.
Enough!
And that's only one leg.
Oh, do leave off.
There can be no 2 ways about it.
I catch your drift. She's fat. She's fat. She's fat. She's fat. She's
That's the first time we've had a standing ovation on this programme.
He's sat down again now.
What's the next round? What's the next round?
It's you, Willie and Tim, have got to sing an opera. You're not going to get out of it as easily as that. Although,
do you take money?
Your operatic theme has a utilitarian purpose for our listeners at home to take notes. I want you to sing the radio wavelength changes.
At dictation speed.
On the 23rd of November 1978, a new international frequency agreement comes into force.
Get away. Most listeners will have to tune to different points on the dial to receive these programs.
But in many cases, the standard of reception will be better. Ho, ho, ho. New tuning positions.
After the 23rd of November 1978, listeners will still be able to tune to familiar positions on the dial.
But in most cases, these positions will provide different services.
Where listeners now get Radio 1.
After November 1978, they will get Radio 3.
Radio 2.
Will be Radio 4.
Radio 3.
Open brackets, this frequency will be used for the BBC's external services. Close bracket.
Radio 4.
Radio 2.
Radio 4.
Radio 2. Radio 1.
External services, 1088 kilohertz, 276 meters. Confusing, isn't it? One more time.
Daring.
Radio 1.
Radio 3.
Radio 2.
Radio 4.
Radio 3.
BBC's external services.
Radio 4.
Radio 2.
Radio 4.
Radio 2. Radio 1.
External services.
But maps will be provided.
Well, Tim and Willie are proving absolutely unstoppable in this game. That puts them more points ahead. And now we have one of my favourite rounds, the ad-lib poem. And I know all the team agrees with me that this is the high spot of any show. except this one. Now, teams are going to make up a poem. Each team member must keep going until I press the buzzer. And then a member of the opposing team takes over with the next line. This goes on until we reach a natural artistic conclusion. And the first line of the poem, which is going to be started now by Graeme Garden, is this. Chewing gum, Indian ink, rubber goods and porridge. Take it up from there.
Chewing gum, Indian ink, rubber goods and porridge. Does it have to rhyme?
Does what have to rhyme?
Porridge.
Not necessarily.
Chewing gum, Indian ink, rubber goods and porridge were all considered very nice by Arthur Stanley Coleridge. The Coleridges, they lived in Penge, a most suburban lot.
They were the toast of the neighbourhood because of their cooking pot. This pot would be boiling on the stove all day long, it would.
Their cooking was extensive, but it wasn't very good. Their stew defied belief, it did. Their mash would make you run.
Containing, as it did, the ink, rubber goods, porridge and gum.
Yeah, I think we'll conclude that one there, because I think it actually made an absolutely perfect poem, so that gives us time to do another one. And we're going to start this one with you.
That'll teach us.
With you. Tim Brooke-Taylor, will you take this one up?
No.
This one begins, the story I'm about to tell has very little merit.
Weasel jokes.
Yeah. The story I'm about to tell has very little merit. It just goes just like a little ferret. Now, when I said it had no merit, this wasn't really true.
Because it had a singular gift. It could play the kazoo. This ferret in a pub at night would rouse such cheers and shouts
that even reverend gentlemen were given to grave doubts.
Even?
Do I believe in God, they cried, when I see this tiny beast?
Do I believe in half a god, a quarter at the least? And contemplating these grave facts along with original sin, they thought, how many ferrets can sit upon the head of a pin? We'll try it out, they cried at once, donning their vestments fine.
You should see the sparkle there, you should see the shine. For they were ferret lovers bold. With great awe. And that it will explain a lot, you see, why they would give them to the poor. The scansion's gone, you probably noticed in this poem strong.
but I shall try and restore it ere very long. We were in a pub with a ferret and several clerical gents. You may think this poem is not making very much sense, but wait, I promise you, if you've lost faith in our rhyme.
How do you feel with a ferret down your trousers playing the kazoo all the time?
Right, yes. Willie Rushton wins that round. And we go on to a round called Initials round. I'm going to read each team some abbreviations, some initials, and they must tell me what they think each stands for. And then I shall give them the right answer if by any chance it differs from what they've said. Willie Rushton, we'll start with you as you won the last round. And your initials I want you to identify are S-P-C-K.
Spitting porridge can kill. It's a health warning put out by the government on Quaker Oats packets.
But it doesn't look as though you're likely to win this round because that was the Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge.
You nearly said preventing then, didn't you?
Barry Cryer, I'm going to go over to you now. Nosopex, because they always call these names by their onomatopoeic sound. Nosopex. Identify that, please. Nosopex.
Sorry.
It's Nosopex, please, we're British.
OPEC is the Arab oil producing countries, isn't it?
Yes.
What's that got to do?
Nosopex is the Jewish oil. Just a little joke, all listeners. The National Organised Society for the Orderly Preservation of Extinct Xylophones.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. For stamina. If only for stamina.
That is right, actually. You could have also said the Northern Sumatra offshore petroleum exploration.
Oh, we could have all said that.
Oh, God. They all
and it
say
would have been
that,
funnier.
I'm surprised we weren't asked to sing it.
Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Yes, sing it.
Here's one that you might know. This one looks a bit easy to me, but I don't know. It's Bupa, B-U-P-A.
Buried under piles of aerosols. I've cleaned that up, too. It is the British United Provident Association, something like that. I know it's that one where they don't give you enough money when you're ill. I don't mean it. I paid my subscription. Isn't it British United Provident? Is it something like that?
Very nearly. It's the British United Providence Association. So I'll only dock you 10 marks.
If Bupa combined with the Department of Offshore Pollution, the DOOP, they'd be Bupa Doop. But they probably won't.
Rather similar to your one now. Your initials are FRP, which is FHPRP. FHPRP.
It's the Faith Healers Protection Racket Practitioners. They're the boys who come round and lay on hands.
And he's not very pleased about that.
But he makes that noise.
Well, it's not, actually.
Oh, it's
the
not?
Foreign Hotel Proprietors Rebuilding Programme.
Well, you've got one word right. But in the wrong place. It's the Family Housing Programme Review Panel. Barry.
Oh,
yours
nice.
is HGOA.
HGOA. Hang gliding for the old and arthritic. Oh, dear. I withdraw that. I'm so near to it. I withdraw.
You're not arthritic.
You want to... I'm going to tell you. It's the Houston Grand Opera Association.
Oh, of course it is. Of course it is.
And the week's good calls from now from Graeme Garden. Yours is WVS.
WVS stands for the Association of Bad Spellers. The Royal and Ancient Order of Water Vole Stranglers.
Well, I suppose, yes. I suppose it is. Right, we go on now to...
What is it really, Hum?
It's the Women's Voluntary Service.
Oh, Lord.
There.
Suppose
Right.
not.
Even better.
We go on
knitted
now.
us an Anderson shelter once.
Once again, it's time to play that popular game, Mornington Crescent. And teams... This week, teams, the bidding must be conducted in the order F, J, O, and W.
Oh, great.
You better jot that down.
F, J, O, and W.
F, J, O, W.
Is that the same round? Oh, sorry, no.
Let's start now with Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Lonsdale Road.
Finchley Road.
Graham, you're not after me.
You bid in the wrong order.
Not what I've
I'm not one to gossip.
Here it goes again.
I'm sorry, I was too eager to jump.
Finchley Road.
St John's Wood High Street.
The Vale.
I'm surprised you didn't challenge that.
Hendon Way. No, it's all right.
It's all right, you're going to let it go?
Yeah, let it go because it'll pay off later.
Sorry.
Tim's challenged himself.
Yeah. The Vale didn't have an F, J, O, or W in it, did it?
He doesn't have to there.
Oh, come on.
He doesn't.
No, it was above the line.
All right. A Hampstead Garden suburb, yes, I take the point.
Any advance on Hampstead Garden? It's you,
Yeah.
Barry.
There's no way out.
Parliament Hill.
Oh, there is a way out. I know a lot of people that live there that don't think there's a way out.
Willie?
Play safe, Battersea Park.
Wimpole Street. Good lad.
Ah.
Upper Wimpole Street.
Lower Wimpole Street.
Oh, it's a one-way. Hang on.
I got the J. Yes, exactly. I got the J.
Willie?
3 J's.
Willie Rushton wins.
Was it 3? Were there 3? Sorry.
Right, and that puts you ahead. Now we have a round which has the subtle title of Playing Tunes on the Instruments You Can't Play. No comment from the team, please. One team will play a well-known tune on the Swanee whistle, and the others will have to try to identify it. And Tim and Willie, you're going to begin this one. And Graeme and Barry, that means that you have to identify it. Swanee whistles at the ready, and Tim and Willie, what are you going to play? Let's stop them in their tracks.
They've got to guess it, haven't they?
That's right.
I very nearly fell for that.
We could give the title and then it can guess
hear
whether we
what
played it or not.
Okay,
I was just trying to shorten the damn thing.
A 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't know anymore.
Right. Graeme and Barry.
Nurse, he's out of bed again. Swanage? No. Swanage. Place name. Asia.
Everybody in the audience knew it.
Yeah, they all knew it.
Some were dancing to it.
Everyone in the audience sing it.
They were you passed those pieces of paper around earlier.
Oh, America.
Too good.
America.
Yes. Would you like to play it properly, Colin?
Nothing like it.
Nothing like it.
Right.
See, it wasn't easy.
Now, Graeme and Barry, it's your turn. If I could ask the audience not to give any help.
1, 2, 3, 4.
To the editor of the Times, dear sir, I've just heard the first chicken.
Talking to a Martian. Yes. I think that's the biggest cheat I've ever heard.
Nobody does it better. Played very badly.
What do you think it was, Tim?
James Bond.
I don't know the name, I'm afraid. It's the song.
Think of James Bond.
Goldfinger.
Well, it's called The Hot Canary, and that brings us to the round.
Sean Canary. I was trying to help you.
Right. That leads us logically to the round in which I ask the teams to announce their late arrivals for the Musicians' Ball. The Musicians' Ball teams.
Oh, will you welcome? There's come a long way. Wilhelm Furt Angler and his eel Trovatore.
You started with that one.
I'll do it again later.
You welcome, please, Bill Oddie and his son Mel Oddie.
Oh.
Welcome, please.
Yes,
all the way from Sweden.
Oh, Sweden.
Oh.
Mr. and Mrs. Knight at the proms, and their son last night of the proms.
Will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Tone and their son Barry Tone, and his man Dolin, who is also a bit of a liar. I just thought I'd say that.
He's good for a laugh, old Tim Panelli.
Will you welcome from Ireland, please, the O'Lyns, please, Mr. and Mrs. O'Lynn and their daughter Vi O'Lynn. Mandy Lynn's back.
Mr. and Mrs., will you welcome, please? Suspend your disbelief for the arrival of Mr. and Mrs. Harmonic Orchestra and their son Phil Harmonic Orchestra and Albert Hall.
Oh, here's Johann Sebastian Bach with the first of the fugue. Just flying in. He's known as Offenbach because he likes a bit of scherzo.
Two lunatic sisters, Claire de Lune and Mandy Lune. She must have come back again.
Yes, bring her back.
Accompanied by Charles Forty and his piano.
And choral symphony.
Mr.
and Mrs.
Cross
in the doorway. A double booking. Carry on, Graeme.
Well, will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Youb and their son, the pornographer, the Blue Dan Youb.
That musical revolutionary Che Umba music.
Mr. and Mrs. Dante and the virginal Anne Dante and her cat gut. Mr. and Mrs. On and their daughter Eunice On.
Sousaphone.
And while we're at it, why won't you welcome, and before you can think of an excuse, here she is, Mr. and Mrs. Raboom, and their daughter, the District Attorney, Tara Raboom, D.A. And indeed, Mr. and Mrs. Bumps-a-Daisy, and their son, Hans Bumps-a-Daisy. You know, there's Hans' niece, Anne Bumps-a-Daisy. Mr. and Mrs. Uendo and their rather stupid son, Dim Ian Uendo.
Mr. and Mrs. Stir and their rather taller son, known as the higher Reggie Stir. And Des Cant.
Oh, yeah.
Not what I'd heard.
Oh, he was with me earlier.
That is what I'd heard.
Leaving the teams busily scraping the bottom of the barrel.
Oh, staggering in, Humph, old Pizzicato and Auntie.
A Yuletide visitor, Christmas Carol.
Well, I always say it's nice to end the programme on a good groan, so let's say...
Always leave them shouting for less.
Let's say from all of us this week, goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and William Rushton were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin setting some of them to music. The programme was produced by Geoffrey Perkins.
We present I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue, the antidote to panel games. At the piano is Colin Sell, and your chairman is Humphrey Lyttleton.
Thank you very much. Well, this, as they say, is it, the big one, the moment when our teams decide who's going to be the winner of this year's I'm Sorry I Haven't a Clue competition. Both teams have come through a grueling 10 weeks in and out of the studio, making their way to the final by a succession of victories and occasional defeats. So let's see if either team can improve on last week's total when they both managed to amass no points at all. First of all, over there, Tim Brooke-Taylor and William Rushton. And over there, Graeme Garden and Barry Cryer. Right, well, we start with the round good news and bad news. In this round, one team has to announce a piece of good news, and the other team has to provide the accompanying bad news. And we then go back to the first team who provide the good news, and then the other team who provide the bad news, and so on and so forth. And we continue that until we all die of apathy. Right, Barry Cryer, you're going to start, first of all, with the good news.
Am I?
Yes.
Ah, yes. Well, the good news is there are going to be more show business personalities in the honours list.
Bad news, Max Bygraves is going to get a knighthood.
Good news is now that we've leaked the news, he won't.
Bad news is he's going to be a peer instead.
Good news is he's standing in the sea off Bournemouth.
Bad news, he's still singing.
Good news, that'll keep the oil tankers off the rocks.
Bad news is that Max has just slipped his moorings and is floating dangerously towards the Channel Islands.
The good news is it? I've been following the plot. The RAF are hoping to... Oh, I'm enjoying this fantasy. Hoping to disperse him with tons of underarm deodorant.
Bad news, he's still singing.
The good news is he's just bringing out a new LP, Sink Along a Max.
Yeah, that one goes to Graeme Garden there, who starts the next one with the good news. Graeme.
Good news, they've just invented a new contraceptive pill for men.
Bad news, 8 months gone and now he tells me.
Yeah, Tim, can't improve on that. Okay, Willie Rushton, will you start?
For two, you know.
What is it? Good news.
Good news.
I bought a Chinese takeaway meal last night.
Bad news, before I could eat it, they took it away.
Good news, half an hour later they brought it back.
Bad news, half an hour later I brought it back.
Good news. I then went to a German takeaway.
Admire him for
Bad
bottle.
news. Bad news, I could only eat the food they ordered.
Nevertheless. Good news, this might help. I went to an Irish takeaway.
Bad news, they forgot to bring the food.
Good news, I didn't want soup in a basket anyway. They'd fried the paper bag.
The bad news, I then went to a Russian takeaway and they took me away.
That one goes once again to Graeme Garden, who is in the lead. And this is the point where I introduce a round that's played at the end of the programme in order to give the teams time to think of silly names for people arriving at the Old Testament ball.
I've been praying for that.
The Old Testament ball. And we go on now to the ad-lib poem, where the teams are going to make up a poem, and each member must keep going until I press the buzzer, which you've already heard, and then a member of the opposing team must take over, and this goes on until we reach a natural artistic conclusion, which will be instantly recognised by the audience, who will burst into spontaneous applause. Right, I'm going to give you a line now, and the line is 13 drunken sailors emerging from the mist. I seem to have won that round.
I agree.
No. Who's going to
starts?
start it now? I think we'll get Barry Crowd.
I've got that. Yes. Some like Brahms and Mozart, and some like Bach and Liszt. They weaved their way into the town on merriment hell-bent, and found their way into a pub. 'Twas called the Duke of Ghent. Ho there, landlord, they all cried. We'll have a sup or two.
First one asked for whiskey, the next a pot of glue. 12 whiskies and a pot of glue, cried out our bluff mine host.
I understand the whiskies, but the glue baffles me most. Well, then, replied one sailor, he normally drinks gin, but on this merry night tonight, he wants to get stuck in.
Very good.
Very good. Graeme Garden wins yet again.
Excellent. Excellent.
And what's the next round?
And I think we go on to another one. We can't improve on that poem. That was brilliant. We go on to a musical round now, which introduces Colin Sell at the piano. The round's called Censored Songs. I'm going to ask each of you to sing a song, and during the song it will be your task to censor by means of the buzzer any words you consider will outrage public decency. And in fact, teams, you're not going to sing a single song. You're going to sing a selection of songs, which will be music hall songs or thereabouts. And we'll start with Tim and Willie on this one. Will you get ready to sing your selection of songs? Self-centered...
No, you were right the first time.
Self-censored songs, yeah.
There's a yellow in Texas I am going to see. No other darky, her, no darky, only me. She cried so when I broke my I never find her, we never more will. And we sang, Daisy, Daisy, give me your tune. I'm half crazy over the love of it won't be as stylish. I can't afford a carriage, but you look sweet upon the seat of a bicycle made for. Some talk of Alexander and some of Hercules, of Hector and Lysander and such great as these. And of all the world's great, there's none that can compare with the of the British Grenadier.
Thank you, Tim and Willie. Now, Barry and Graeme, your selection, please.
Oh, right. This is an operetta, this. Once I was happy, but now I'm forlorn, like an old coat that is tattered and torn.
Last orders, please.
Left on this wide world to by a maid in her teens. Now the girl that she was handsome. I tried all I knew her to, but I could not her 1/4 as well, like that upon the trapeze. Hit through the air with the greatest of ease, a daring young man on a flying trapeze. His movements were graceful, all girls he could, and my love he has a way.
Champagne Charlie is me name, is my game. There's no as good as there is in. Round town it is the same. I rose to fame. I'm the idol of the Champagne Charlie is me name.
My grandfather's was too large, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half, and the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was on the morn of the day that he was born, and was always his treasure and pride. But it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died.
Where get that? Where did you get that? Isn't it a knobby one and just a proper style? I should like to have one just the same as that. There I go. They shout, hello, where did you get that?
And with Graeme Garden now well in the lead, we go on to the game Call My Bluff. And this is the game that's familiar to all of you from television. It's played here with a slight difference. The teams are going to give me 4 different definitions of a word, and I have to guess which one is correct. Right, team. Your word that you have to define for me is laundrette. Graeme Garden.
Right. Laundrette is a mechanical piece of apparatus which was invented just before the French Revolution in France. It's an early type of lawnmower. It was invented by Monsieur Guillotine, after whom it was not named. And it was a sort of horizontal guillotine which you pushed up and down the lawn to administer the coup de grace.
Right, Tim.
Wrong.
You have trouble with your R's.
Laundrette is a 19th century form of vehicular transport. Like a landau, only it's smaller.
Like a ravage.
What?
Sorry.
If you've got something frightfully funny to say, do say it. Because I haven't. They used to cry, waiter, call me a laundrette and don't answer that, is what they used to say in the 19th century. It was basically for children. A landau would be pulled by, I think, 2 horses. This would be pulled by 2 rats. Actually, I lied about the horses. It's a small sort of landau.
Barry Cryer.
Laundrette. Derived from lorgnette. Therefore, by a process of derivation, a room full of washing machines held up to the nose.
Right.
Enoch Powell.
But for the revolving bow tie, it would have been.
Willie Rushton.
It's a room full of washing machines that you don't hold up to your nose. Often. Or with any chance of success.
Right. Now, let me see.
A poser.
4 interesting definitions there. The French lawnmower. I'm a bit inclined towards that because I've seen one.
You will go to those places,
Transport, no, it wouldn't work. The lorgnette. Yes, I'd rather go for these French answers. And Willie, yours was a room full of machines.
Washing machines.
People send them to us.
But you don't hold up to your nose.
You don't often hold up to your nose.
Ridiculous. So, yes, I'll go for that one. And we go on for the next round. Don't I get a round of applause? I was right.
You only have to ask Humphrey and you always get a round of applause. It's the only way you get one.
Right, full marks there to Graeme Garden, and we move on now to the game Murder. This is a game which many of you have played in your stately homes. Each of the teams has to pick a card, one of which has the word murderer written on it.
Can you do an owl?
Whoever picks this is the murderer, and he's then entitled to murder someone when the studio lights are turned down. When there is a murder, the victim screams. I turn on the lights again and quiz, as the detective, those still surviving in order to find the murderer. Now, after the murder, no one is allowed to move except the murderer, who is also the only person allowed to lie about his movements. Right, I will now turn out the lights.
that you, Doris?
Yes. Yes.
Oh! Look at that, he gives change as well. Very good round.
And Tim Brooke-Taylor is lying prone on the studio floor, having screamed, which indicates, to me at any rate, that he has been murdered. And I'm now going to quiz
He's still moving,
the rest of you. Graeme Garden, what were you doing? What were you doing when Tim Brooke-Taylor screamed?
I was probably earning some more points, Humph.
Barry.
I was in the library with Miss Gusset. We had to come out. The library closes at 5.
Right, now, Willie, I notice you're wearing full evening dress.
With matching
Colin's
accessories.
killing me. Well, prior to that, I was upstairs in the bath with Penelope Keith, in the blue bathroom at the end of the corridor. On hearing the scream, I made my way out with only Penelope Keith wrapped round me to the conservatory.
You never liked him, you swine.
Tim, what were you doing with... Oh, sorry. Graeme,
ask him. We want
to
to
come
know.
back to you, Graeme, because I'm not altogether satisfied with your answer. Mainly because I've forgotten what it was. I believe that you moved immediately after the scream.
Well, it startled me. It was an involuntary motion of the legs.
Where did you move to?
Across the room, up the stairs, down to the conservatory and out. Onto the bus to Argentina.
That could be a lie, of course.
Would I?
Barry, did you see Graeme move?
Not at first, but Miss Gusset and I met him in the Golden Egg in Buenos Aires and compared notes as to the death of Tim and decided we were both innocent. Miss Gusset held her peace. And her hamburger.
You're all looking too innocent for me. I don't like it.
I know this is radio, but should Tim be bleeding?
Willie, I'd like to ask you a question because there's something I'm particularly worried about at the moment. Who do you think did it?
I've no idea. I was giving Monty Maudlin the kiss of life at the time. And,
Didn't work, did it? It's a brave act.
I'll now sum up. If you'll all sit round, come into the drawing room and sit round. I'll give you my reasons for thinking that it wasn't Graeme Garden. He was miles away at the time. It wasn't the mystery voice, because he's asleep. I think it was Barry Cryer.
Stand back, all of you.
Well, let's see if I'm right now. Will the real murderer please stand up?
Good Lord.
Well, that is a surprise. Well, and so we go on now to the final. We go on to the final round now of the game, which has increased in its popularity ever since we started playing it on this program, and that is Mornington Crescent. As this is the last of these rounds, teams, I'm going to bring in the full second part rule, which, as you know, is the green, red, 8 and W are subject to the usual restrictions unless the variable calculator is in play.
Good. Because we know certain people I'm not naming who would have taken advantage otherwise.
And Willie Rushton, you're going to start this one.
green, red, 8 and W.
Yes.
There's a green, red muse in W8. No, one moment. I won't make it that easy. Lamal. A safe start. Solid, dependable Lamal.
Gold is green.
It's almost a professional foul.
Almost. Shaftesbury Avenue.
Tottenham Court Road.
Pall Mall. That's right.
Bishop Auckland.
You introduce personalities into this.
Oh, dear. Soho Square.
Watling Street.
Willie.
I don't think there's any way out of that.
Yes. I think. Finsbury Park Road.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Yes. The A48 Beyond devices.
Mornington Crescent.
Ah.
No. Yes, it is.
No.
Mornington Crescent, it is.
Sorry.
No, it isn't, actually.
Isn't it?
No, because the variable calculator was not in play at that time. When
Good.
Oh, Humphrey, you can't change the rules suddenly halfway through.
So don't
I
do
gave
it.
you the rules before we started.
Well, you
Listen,
can't
if there's going to
change
be an argument every time we play this game, I don't see much point. Graeme
God,
Garden's
they're
won
bad
it.
losers.
Right, now then. Here's where we come to the exciting part.
That was an apple well spent.
This is where I invite the teams to give their late arrivals for the Old Testament ball. The Old Testament ball.
Come to the wrong ball, I think.
Would you welcome, please, from Jericho, Mr. and Mrs. Walls came tumbling down, and their son, Andy Walls, came tumbling down.
Would you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Ting of the Red Sea and their father, Pa Ting of the Red Sea.
The Irish family, the O'Mees, with their unfortunate son, Nuta Ron O'Mee.
As you can see, one eye's higher than the other. We may as well get it over. Let's get it over with.
Will you welcome, please, Mr. and Mrs. Sladder and their son, Jacob Sladder.
How extraordinary. Come, a lot of people in large flat hats, known as the Bigat family. There's Isaac Bigat, Bigat, David Bigat, Samuel Bigat.
Jonah and a party from Wales. With their secretary, Evangelical.
Oh, look, there's Mr. and Mrs. Lila with their son, Sam Lila, and Sam's son, Andy Lila. Rebecca.
Oh, Moses doesn't look too good. Oh, but he's got his tablets.
Well, that was good.
Have a cuck. No, have two. They're only small.
Oh, please would you welcome Isaac, who is the son, of course, of Amin Massa, known as Isaac Amin Massa.
There's Gladys, a respectable whale, and Joan, a randy whale. Scraping the bottom of the Red Sea, folks.
At this point, we come to the time when I have to tot up the scores for the whole series.
Oh, the Steins and their daughter Phyllis.
Sam Book. I was working on Psalm Book, and I gave up halfway through, and it showed.
Mr. and Mrs. Babel and their daughter Tara. Tara Babel. Tara of Babel.
Right, well...
and their daughter Tarov. She was Russian.
I'll do Sam Book again in a minute.
You threaten me, young
Now,
man.
as you can understand...
Young man.
As you can understand, it will
radio.
take some time to compute the scores for the entire series, so that it will be announced after the late news on BBC Two on Friday. That's all from us now.
Salvation.
So... Go ahead, Tim. Would you like to wind up?
And Red Emption, I mean.
Yeah. So from all of us, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Barry Cryer, Graeme Garden, Tim Brooke-Taylor and William Rushton were being given Silly Things to Do by Humphrey Lyttleton, with Colin setting some of them to music. This last program in the series was produced by Geoffrey Perkins.